Good evening, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. I declare the ordinary council meeting open at 6:01 p.m. Good evening. We wish to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land we meet on, the Whadjuk people. We would like to pay respect to the elders of the Noongar Nation, past, present and emerging, who have walked and cared for the land, and we acknowledge and respect their continuing culture and the contribution made to the life of this city and this region, and invite you to bow your head in prayer. Lord, we ask your blessing upon this city, our community and our council. Guide us in our decision-making to act fairly, without fear or favour, and with compassion, integrity and honesty. May we show true leadership, be inclusive of all, and guide the City of Wanneroo to a prosperous future that all may share. We ask this in your name. Amen. Councillors, ladies and gentlemen, just please note that the audio recordings of tonight's meeting will be a live broadcast online, with the exception of matters discussed behind closed doors. That broadcast will remain available via the City's website following the conclusion of the meeting. Item 1, attendances as per the record. Item 2, apologies and leave of absence. We have an apology from Councillor Berry, and I think, councillors, probably for the last time, I just acknowledge that Mayor Roberts has resigned her position as Mayor of the City of Wanneroo, having been successfully elected to the House of Representatives as the member for Pearce. Public question to item 3, public question time. The following general rules apply to public question and statement time. Public questions and statements should only relate to the business of the local government and should not be of a personal statement or opinion. Only questions relating to matters affecting the local government will be considered at the council meeting, and only questions that relate to the purpose of the meeting will be considered at a special meeting. This isn't a special meeting. Questions may be taken on notice and responded to after the meeting. Questions may not be directed at specific council members or a city employee. Questions are not to be framed in such a way as to reflect adversely on a particular council member or a city employee. First priority will be given to persons who are asking questions relating to the items on the current council meeting agenda, and second priority will be given to public statements. Only public statements regarding items on the council agenda under consideration will be heard. Each person seeking to ask questions or make a statement may address the council for a maximum of 3 minutes each. So we have received a number of questions from 5 residents, and those responses have been provided in writing or have been taken on notice. We have in front of us some questions and a list of questions being asked. We have, first up, Dot Newton. Mrs Newton, if you could please make your way to the lectern, and again, Dot, we know you all, but name and address for the records. Welcome, Dot.
Not everybody knows me, Mr Deputy Mayor. Good evening, Deputy Mayor, councillors and staff. I seek your indulgence to make a very brief statement before asking my questions. I've already intimated that. I think I speak on behalf of a majority of ratepayers when I ask, please don't let politics or anything else influence you in your decision on holding an extremely expensive election to replace the mayor for an interim year. People are already preparing for a rate increase. That's my statement. I'm sure I could have brought about 30 or 40 people with me to say exactly the same thing. My question is on item PSO2. I have to say, I don't ever recall seeing a report listing some of the owners as an estate, so that doesn't help elected members to declare an interest if they know the people that have inherited that land, but that's your problem, not mine. My questions are based in the background of the report refers to enabling uses such as a retirement village. When it went out to comment, was this information included? And if Council adopts this amendment tonight, are the owners committed to the aforementioned village, nursing home, etc.?
Mr Dixon.
Thank you, and through you, Deputy Chair, I'll take on notice the matter in terms of what went the exact wording and what went out for consultation. In relation to the second question from Ms Newton, I can provide the following answer. No, it doesn't provide an obligation for the proponent to provide a retirement village. This is a scheme amendment to change the zoning of the land to an urban development zone. That would itself trigger a need for a local structure plan to be prepared, which would determine the land uses which would be appropriate within that land. That may include a retirement village. It could also include other land uses.
Thank you. That question was prompted by listening to the briefing last week. My next question is on CP03. Right at the time when Council has not yet adopted the local heritage survey, and along with losing so many planning decisions to JDAP, is Council proposing to reduce the risk from high to medium? I agree that the risk may not be financial, but the reputational risk is extreme with the amount of planning in the pipeline, and not least is the future of East Wanneroo. I understand from the report that this recommendation came from Audit and Risk. We're not able to read that, so I thought I'd ask that question as to why this is happening.
Mr Marmion.
Thank you for the question through the Deputy Chair. I guess the amount of work we've been doing on the mitigation and documentation has meant that the risk is now really regarded as moderate and not high. There's still quite a bit of risk there, but it's moderate.
Thank you. I hope I'm not proved right there. I'm really concerned about some of the sacred sites, etc., in our city, that the reputational risk there is extreme. My last question is about Council's website. I brought this up at a recent meeting as I was there as a community person. On Council's website, on the agenda and minutes section, when you do the drop-down, all the committees and working groups are listed, and there's no access to the community. It's restricted to only the council meetings and briefings. May I ask why it's on there if we're not allowed to read them?
Mrs Jennings.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. That's a question that I'll have to investigate, and it may well have defaulted that way unintentionally. So I'll certainly investigate that and make sure it's only what is available. Thank you.
Thank you. Because being on one of those committees, I tried to read the previous minutes, but I'm not able to until it's mailed out to me. So I thought I'd ask on behalf of the rest of the community, if it's on there, you go and look at it all, and every time you click on it, it says nothing has been recorded, which means to us, no meetings have taken place. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mrs Newton. Always a pleasure to see you back here, Dot. Before we go to our next question, if I could just take the opportunity just to recognise some special guests we have with us this evening, councillors. If I could recognise Mr David Lucas, the Mayor of the City of Swan, and two of our fellow council colleagues from Swan as well. They've joined us this evening, so welcome, gentlemen. Next question is from Aidan Campbell. Aidan, if you'd like to join us, and just your name and address again for the records. Oh, and gosh, if I could also, Aidan, just before you start, it would be absolutely remiss of me for anyone in the chambers or indeed anyone listening at home that I don't take this opportunity to recognise the federal member freshly minted for the federal seat of Pearce, Tracy Roberts, and her husband Peter. Tracy, you're very welcome, and it's great to see you here tonight. Welcome. Aidan, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My name is Aidan Campbell from Delton Loop, Butler. About a year ago, this council, the City of Wanneroo, became a signatory of the Walga Climate Change Declaration. You guys strengthened and acknowledged that climate change was real and is still real and is only getting worse, and that it will have a serious and significant impact in our community. However, since then, climate change has worsened locally, nationally, and globally. Not enough action is being done to protect and preserve our planet. I do understand the city has a limited responsibility and limited power to take climate initiatives as a local government. However, as we all know, when we work together, anything is possible. So I do have 4 questions. My first question is, how successful has the Walga Climate Change Declaration been in decision-making in the past year? Has it been used to impact anything within the city's policies?
Mr Dixon.
Thank you, and through you, Deputy Mayor. Administration has provided written responses to Mr Campbell's questions. However, I will, for the record, read out the responses that administration has provided. So in response to your question, the Walga Climate Change Declaration has and is being reflected in the city's strategies and plans that relate to climate change and the environment. This includes the city's adopted climate change adaptation and mitigation strategy, the draft urban forest plan, which is to be considered this evening for council to consent to advertise, and it is informing the city's local planning strategy that is currently being prepared. This includes the carbon emission reduction targets for the first time, a review of the city's light vehicle fleet policy, resulting in a firming up of the environmental considerations when it comes to purchasing light fleet vehicles, and the city is committing to purchasing renewable energy from the years 2024-25 for all contestable high-use sites through the Walga-led procurement. So in answer to your question, yes, it is having an impact.
Thank you. My second question is, what needs to happen within the city for the council to declare a climate emergency? What does a climate emergency look like within the city?
Mr Dixon.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Council acknowledges the impacts of climate change and is taking actions to mitigate those, as well as taking actions to adapt to changes already upon us. Council became a signatory of the Walga Climate Change Declaration in acknowledgement that many of the actions required to address climate change need to be addressed at the state and federal government level, and together local governments through Walga can better advocate and work with other levels of government to address climate change. Through Walga, local governments are also working together on climate change by focusing on these aspects over which local government have jurisdiction. The reason Council did not declare a climate emergency is because there is an issue of defining what constitutes a climate emergency in terms of a local government's jurisdiction and the level of authority that local governments have to implement associated perceived actions.
With all due respect, Mayor, I think that our response is quite weak. What defines a climate emergency? I think it's in the name. There is an ecological crisis that is not going to impact just the nation, it's going to impact us locally as a community. Across the country of Australia, we have local governments that are declaring a climate emergency. I believe the city of Fremantle have as well. And just recently, the state government of South Australia have declared a climate emergency. So to be as polite as possible, if you're struggling to find a definition, you could just ask what they're defining it as. My third question is...
Just if I may, and I absolutely respect your point of view, but the Director has provided a quite fulsome response on the city's behalf.
Of course, thank you. My third question, Deputy Mayor, will the Council finally declare a climate emergency, or will we wait till we have a severe water scarcity, bushfires raging through our streets, or water flooding our homes?
Mr Dixon.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Council in March 2020 resolved to become a signatory of the Walga Climate Change Declaration, which demonstrated Council's acknowledgement of the impacts of climate change and underscores council support for appropriate mitigation and adaptation actions at the local government level.
Thank you, Mayor. Just finally, I just want to ask, when we do have bushfires going, out of control, they're in our streets, in our community, or we have water flooding our homes, what will this council then recognise that? Is that then going to be a climate emergency? Or are we going to wait till we get to that point in time to then finally say, hey, there's a climate emergency, and let our community know that this council, this local government recognise that is what it is?
And if I can just recognise and acknowledge your passion, your statement I'll take as a rhetorical question.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
The next member we have with a question is Aileen Benkendorf. Welcome, Aileen. If you could just please give us your name and address for our records. Thank you.
Hi, Elaine Benkendorf. My address is 17B Spring Hill Place in Two Rocks.
Thank you.
Good evening, Deputy Mayor and councillors. Today I'm speaking in support of Councillor Baker's motion in relation to the Two Rocks Town Centre Planning Framework. I'm a member of a group who have been actively campaigning against the now conditionally approved Woolworths development in Two Rocks. The entire process has been a great disappointment for me as an individual, the Woolies to Go group, the broader local community, and no doubt for members of the council also. The JDAP process appears only to cater to developers with little regard to the local government or community and no accountability to anyone other than the developer. Each one of us should be appalled at what occurred during this JDAP process, where cash is king at the expense of the local community and heritage. As you are no doubt also aware of by now, the Two Rocks Town Centre Structure Plan, the ASP 70, does not reflect the local or broader community's expectations, due mostly to heritage and tourism concerns. I'm not going to cover those reasons again because I think we've all heard them before. And I believe that most councillors are also sympathetic to this cause. To address these issues to a certain extent tonight, we are asking the council to support a review of the overall structure plan ASP 70, as well as the establishment or review of the local development plans for the precincts within the ASP 70. Firstly, in relation to the overall review of ASP 70, look, clearly as the Woolworths development was approved on the Premier site within ASP 70, even though it was opposed by the vast majority of the local community, the broader community and the council, the current structure plan is clearly not adequate and needs to be reviewed. A review will be able to address zoning and permitted usage concerns, as well as reinforcing a tourism and heritage focus. We've been informed that a review of the ASP 70 will cost approximately $300,000 and that the city does not currently have money within the budget for this to occur immediately. Based on this information, we're requesting that funds be set aside in the next financial year budget for this purpose. As one of the premier tourism focuses in the region, it is of benefit to not only the Two Rocks community, but the entire city of Wanneroo for the structure plan to be reviewed. Secondly, in relation to the local development plans, we believe there may be some benefit in establishing local development plans for the precincts within ASP 70 to at least establish some type of controls on the development in the area. We understand that the overall zoning and permitted uses are not something that can be addressed under this option. However, there is some opportunity to further elaborate on the finer details for the areas, and we're told that the process will be somewhat quicker than the overall review of the ASP 70 and cheaper. The hope is that the LDPs will interpret the ASP 70 in a more respectful manner that is in line with the community's expectations as far as it can be. We are now requesting and trusting the City and Council to prepare and approve the LDPs as far as possible in line with community expectations. Look, in conclusion, we're just asking that Council vote in support of Councillor Baker's motion to limit the potential devastation of the Two Rocks Town Centre by establishing the local development plans and setting aside funding for a complete review of the ASP 70 in the near future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Aileen. And it's certainly, I think, looking around the table and speaking with my colleagues, and you have rightly raised earlier on, there is deep sympathy for your position on this.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Mrs. M. Matif. Yeah, welcome. If you could just provide your name and address for our records, that'd be great.
G'day. My name is Marshall Mitef and I live at 128 Casilda Way in Two Rocks. I'm here with item 9 with Councillor Bakers, and I also wish to say thank you for letting me talk, Deputy Mayor, councillors and staff. So I'll begin. Two Rocks development is out of step by not promoting heritage and public space for people who live in Two Rocks now and in the future. As part of the Two Rocks community, I'm strongly indicating that ASP 70 requires a review, especially for the following reasons. To ensure the impact on the heritage value of Two Rocks is accurately and appropriately considered in any future development of the town. And as the City of Wanneroo is required to prepare and maintain a heritage list to the City District Town Planning Scheme 2 DPS2. And my understanding is that the Heritage Council has placed Two Rocks assessment as a priority. My question. Today I'm seeking clarification of the Sun City Precinct, Two Rocks cultural heritage significance and its current registration.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Matif. And please, you're amongst friends, so
Thank you.
don't be nervous. Mr. Dixon.
Thank you, and through you, Deputy Mayor. So there are several listings relevant to the Two Rocks area, and these are set out in the city's local heritage survey, which is available on our website. And just looking at the information that I have and in a written response to some of the questions you've already provided to the city, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 listings within the current local heritage survey. The majority of those are category 4, but there are 2 that are category 2, which are a higher standard of listing and more important in terms of the local heritage importance for the local community. As you correctly pointed out, in addition to the above listings that I just mentioned, the local heritage survey for Two Rocks, the Heritage Council is currently undertaking an assessment of the Sun City Precinct for consideration for inclusion in the State Heritage Register. And I think administration's intent, if in reviewing local development plans, is to await the outcome of that piece of work that's been undertaken by the Heritage Council to then inform the preparation of local development plan, so we can reflect what the outcome of that work is and accurately include that in any future planning documents.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Matif. We have no more on our list, no more public questions on our list. Are there any further questions from the public at this time? There being none, I declare public question time closed. Item 4 is confirmation of minutes. Councillors, we need to move and accept the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on 10 May 2022. Yep, mover on that, Councillor Civic, and seconded Councillor Rowe. Councillors, we will just wait for that to come up. Excellent. Councillors, if you could cast your votes, please. Yeah, declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 5 is announcements by the Deputy Mayor without discussion. Councillors, it's with great pleasure, actually, I am delighted to share that last month the city's Waste Sorted, Talking My Language Toolkit, was crowned the Waste Initiative of the Year at the 2022 Waste Sorted Awards. The annual awards recognise top performers in WA's recycling and waste industry. In 2022, there were 38 finalists across 10 categories, and I'm very proud and honoured to say that we took out the Waste Initiative of the Year award for the Waste Sorted Talking My Language Toolkit. The Talking My Language Toolkit was developed to make waste information accessible for our community and culturally and linguistic diverse CALD community. Toolkits educate the residents on waste sorting, use of the 3-bin system, reduction in bin contamination, and increase in recycling, which assists in diverting waste away from landfill. More than 40% of the city's population were born overseas, and 20% of our residents speak a language other than English at home. So the toolkit is available in 11 languages, and I won't go through them because I probably can't pronounce most. But the toolkits are certainly available on loan from our city's libraries. And if I can please call forward Mr. Harminder Singh to receive our accolades and for his team's work. So, councillors, we then move on to item 6, which is questions from council members. Do we have any questions, councillors? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My first question is, I've had a couple of residents come to me about the city's website, and administration has removed the general inquiries email, and now it actually requires residents to go through 3 or 4 different pages just to get contact with the city. I'd like to know why that email address was taken away. I've had no luck through my councillor inquiries, and I know Councillor Rowe also raised this as well. I'd like admin's feedback on that, please.
Mrs. Jennings.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. There has been a response to this inquiry, but the general inquiries email was just an open email, but our problem was we didn't have any information to be able to get back to people. So we put together the form. The form was a 4-page one, but it's now not. I think it's 2 pages now. The second one's being a check-up that the first page was correct. So it actually enables us to be able to give the service back to people because we have the information to be able to contact them. Thank you.
Yeah, and Mrs. Jennings, just its location on the website, can you provide that information, where that can be located?
Yeah, I can do, but I'll do it when I've actually checked exactly where it is.
Okay, no worries. Thank you. Any further questions, councillors? There is nil. That closes questions from elected members. Item 7 is petitions. We have no new petitions this evening. Item 8, reports. Councillors' declarations of interest will need to be determined and raised at each item. I believe we have 1 or 2 declarations this evening. Councillors, I intend to move items in their subgroup blocks. So if there are any exceptions, if you can please raise those when we go to them. So strategic land use and planning and environment, which is item PSO1 through to PSO4. Is there any that we would like to take out? Councillor Miles?
Yes, I wish to speak on the urban forests strategy and a comment on the Amendment 200.
So is that in support, Councillor Miles?
Yes.
Thank you. Are there any others to take out, councillors? And just noting, we have nominations on PSO4. So we'll get through to that quite shortly. So just in terms of a mover for items PSO1, PSO2, PSO3 and PSO4, moved Councillor Miles, seconded Councillor Aitken. And just on PSO4, actually, sorry, Councillor Miles, before we go to PSO4, you wish to say something on PSO3?
PSO1.
Oh, sorry, PSO1.
Yeah, so do you want me to say something on both as I've moved them all?
Yes.
Just on the first one, in support of the administration's a report and totally understand after the comments and the questions that I'd asked at last briefing session last Tuesday. I will be keen, obviously, for administration to be looking at that developer contribution sharing arrangement, just to make sure that we don't over collect or on those lots. If the Planning Commission does approve the extra lots that wants to be developed in that area from 9 to 15. Clearly, if that happens, you could end up collecting double the amount of money that we originally intended to back in the day when that cell was up for development. So that's it on PSO1. Do you want me to go to my next one?
Just with that, Councillor, I'll just ask if there's anybody else that wishes to speak on PSO1 as we go through. Any other comments on PSO1, councillors? And we'll go through to then PSO2 if there are any comments on PSO2. Councillor Aitken?
Yes, I'd like to say I'm glad that we're progressing this, and the sooner that we can get this proposed area developed for the community, it'll be fantastic, and I'd like to see it progressed as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Councillor Civic?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, I'm also in favour. The only concern is, of course, the green vegetation, etc., where there have been some questions asked about whether the actual trees will accommodate the bird life and whether there is actually any animals living within that area. But on the overall, I think it will be a good thing, but should be monitored very carefully. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Civic. And any further comments on PSO2, councillors? PSO3, Councillor Miles?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. The urban forest strategy is obviously one of those policies and that we have developed in council, and I guess going back to what the questions that were asked at the question time by Mr Campbell, this goes somewhat away to obviously help with some of those heat sinks in some of our suburbs. And I guess just to put it on the record for the community, this policy is to help get our street leaf coverage up to around about 10% over by 2040. Delivering 3,000 trees and planting 3,000 trees per year over the next 18 years is going to cost the city, on behalf of the ratepayer, some $54 million. So it's not a insignificant policy by far. And then obviously on top of that $54 million of planting and watering, there's going to be further maintenance and pruning of those trees as they grow to keep them within the confines of the city's areas. there's probably going to be another $10 or $20 million to maintain them. So this policy effectively will have anything up to a $70 million cost over the next 18 years on our residents. So it's not insignificant. I think it's really good that it's going out for advertising and approval to the community, and I'd like to see that come back with any suggestions on what needs to be planted and what maybe some of the communities would like to see in their areas, so they might have certain trees in certain streets. But on the draft urban strategy that I see before me, I'm happy for it to go out for advertising. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Councillor Rowe?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor, and a big thank you as well to Grant for last week answering my line of questions. It felt like a bit of an inquisition, but I do appreciate it. And as well, it's encouraging to see the South Ward suburbs, Deputy Mayor, at the moment between 7 and 12% doing quite well. I know a lot of feedback that we get from residents is that they like to see tree canopy, particularly on our main thoroughfares and entryways into the suburb. There's a visually appealing element to it, but it's also good for the environment as well. As I said, I do thank Grant last week for his responses about our irrigation practices and how we're trying to take a conscious effort on selecting species that can survive and thrive in the area. One comment that I wanted to make going forward was on our community consultation side. So I know it's not conditional to this report, but I know we certainly have a couple of different forms there on a website, on the Your Say, and in local newspapers as well. One I wanted to flag in future as a possible thing to explore was if we could have a notice, a paper copy notice in some of our senior centres and our facilities like that, our community facilities, because for our residents that don't use the internet as much or find it difficult to navigate the website, and knowing how many ads are in the newspaper, it might be worthwhile considering if our residents can access the consultation through that way going forward as well.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Very, very good comments. Councillor Civic.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Look, I've been looking at these plans that have been provided and looking at the heat islands, which in general, over the last 30, 40, 50, 60, even 100 years, these have been created by, I guess, sheep farming and cattle farming, et cetera, and the market gardening sector. So I'm certainly happy to see this report go to advertising. I'm very keen to see how we adopt the increasing R codes within the city of Wanneroo and how we adjust with the tree planting programs to make sure that we certainly have the heat islands under control. And I think across the city now of Perth, we're starting to see urban development creep in. In other words, re-subdividing of land where there were these cooling islands, etc. They are going to be under pressure if not controlled by their respective councils. So in essence, I think the report is very good, and I certainly hope that we can control this in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Civic. And Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I would like to thank Admin for the work put into this policy. In my opinion, this is one of the most important policies the city will ever implement. Absolute proof of the heat island effect is now irrefutable. Apart from the obvious conditions, other illnesses exacerbated by the heat island, like cardiovascular disease, asthma, kidney disease, diabetes, and severe mental issues, and more, are increasing. We are constantly made aware of global warming. The city of Wanneroo is experiencing significant urban growth and density. As a city and as a council, it is our responsibility to ensure our community's health and well-being must be maximised. The financial benefits must also be highlighted by the reduction of energy consumption. The city's urban canopy is far too low and must be addressed. While this policy is a major step forward, I certainly will continue working with Admin to increase the targets set and reduce the time frame in which to reach those targets. It is vital we bring our community along with us on the journey of urban forestation. By partnering with schools and creating community awareness, We must ensure the responsibility is shared by all levels of government and vitally by developers across the industry. I look forward to the feedback from the advertising period and moving forward with this policy as soon as possible. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm actually very excited to see this policy come before us. I know Councillor Sangali, myself, and also Mr Campbell in the audience have been working really hard with other committee members on this, and particularly for a lot of the established suburbs of actually optimising our current tree planting program. And I know people and residents in Hocking and Pearsall will love to see that we're going to get some more trees and actually spruce up our suburbs a bit. But also, I think it is a fantastic document that will definitely set the future direction of what our suburbs are going to look like. I would like to be a little bit more progressive on the targets. I know 2040 can be a bit of a long time, but I know as a young person, and I know Mr Campbell brought those points up before, but also there was a point that was raised by, I know, me and a couple of other committee members about East Wanneroo and actually having a special section within this document that articulates sort of the aspirational vision around canopy cover for East Wanneroo. So I would like to see that in the actual final document. But I'm very happy to see this being advertised, and I look forward to seeing the feedback.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Aiken.
Yeah, I just wanted to say tree canopy and trees in the city of Wanneroo is a hot topic. People always respond as soon as we put something on Facebook. They want their trees, they want their canopy, they want to get rid of the hot areas in the area. I'm looking forward to seeing their responses, to seeing how much they agree with the report, which I think is a fantastic report, or if there are any other ideas that they bring forward as well that we can include. This is really exciting times. This is the opportunity for the community to respond and do this. This is fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Councillor Newen.
I'm also excited to see this policy turning our suburbs into leafy greens areas, just like in Netherlands and Dalkeith and all of that. So I like to see this policy to extend not just to cover the tree lines, but to have an actual tree line canopy, so you can see when you drive through a suburb, you're sort of covered. And you can't even see the sky. So that's sort of the extent that I like to see this policy to cover. It's not simply just the easing the heat effect, but I guess this is a start for us. So I'm certainly fully in support of that. And with the focus on the areas, especially in Lansdale, Manly, Darch, Mangaroo, Lakes and Heights, Girraween, Kundula, all of these areas certainly is a good start.
Thank you, Councillor Newen. The analogies they used with those suburbs were very apt. Certainly, we should also seek to challenge our colleagues at Swan as to what sort of percentages we can get the coverage on. Are there any further comments on this item, councillors? Thank you, councillors. Now we go to PSO 40622, which is the East Wanneroo Community Reference Group. Councillors, we have 4 positions that were identified, and we have 5 nominations for those positions. Mr CEO, would it be appropriate if we could amend the terms of reference so as to increase the membership from 4 to 5? So we can incorporate all of the nominees.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Yes, I think at Word of Council may recall when Council workshopped this terms of reference, there was a desire to make sure we balance the number of council members with the number of community, but I think moving from 4 to 5 doesn't substantially shift that.
Councillors, are we happy with that approach?
Just an amendment.
Excellent. It's Councillor Sangali, are you happy to move an amendment to change the numbers from 4 to 5?
I'm happy to do that, but I do have another question that might require a further amendment.
Yeah, certainly. You're right. Well, actually, let's say for argument's sake, you'll move that amendment, seconded by Councillor Civic. Okay. And you have a further question, Councillor?
I do. It's just under the terms of reference, and I know under the meeting procedures, section B, the city will provide an agenda and keep clear notes to be registered, not minutes. And I'm just wondering why there are no minutes being kept.
Mrs Jennings?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Oops, lost my piece of paper. This is a reference group, so it's not constituted under the Local Government Act. You could probably call it minutes and it'd be fine, but it certainly doesn't have to be minutes because it's not a committee. You can call it notes, minutes. It's fine, whichever you'd like.
Councillor, were you more comfortable to change the term from notes to minutes? In the same amendment. So if we have that amendment moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor Civic,
Yep.
to A, raise the membership from 4 to 5, and B, change that particular item from notes to minutes?
Yes, I would be happy with that. It's more consistent with every other group that we have.
Thank you, councillors. And with that, councillors, we'll just put that separately as an amendment. If we could just get that amendment, well, the voting on that amendment up on our screens. Mr CEO.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Just to assist the minute clerk, the amendment would be to increase the membership from 4 to 5, and as you have duly shown on the screen now.
It's all right, councillors, this does take some time when we're moving from the floor. Councillors, I ask you to cast your vote. Well, it is an amendment. I think, councillors, it's simply a technicality just to recognise that that was done a little bit ad hoc on that item.
That was all moved on block, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, it was, but that was an amendment. That was an amendment on that one
we
item.
moved the amendment, so now you've got PSO4 main as amended.
Yes.
And then we're going to...
Yes. If you're happy with, and my next question, councillor, was that if you are happy to remain the mover of those 4 items as amended. Yep. So we're just waiting on 2 to vote. And one of them was me.
You're done.
Thank you, councillors. I declare that carried unanimously. So, councillors, and again, as raised by Councillor Miles, we will now cast our votes on items PSO 1, 02, 03 and 04 as amended.
Mr Deputy Mayor, just a question about PSO4. You're not supposed to read out the delegate names of who's being approved for the group, for the recording?
They'll be recorded in the minutes, but I also did, in leading up to that discussion, identified the candidates. I'm sure I did. I possibly didn't.
No, you didn't.
So for the record, I'll just thank you, councillor. Right. Yep. That's Councillor Civic and Councillor Huntley, Councillor Miles, Councillor Newen, and Councillor Wright. Thank you. We're just for correctness. Thank you. So, councillors, we have those ones on block from PSO 1 through to PSO 4. Please cast your votes. I declare that passed unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move on to PSO 5, and we'll just do this one, which is the response to the petition. Mover and seconder on this item, councillors, on PSO 5. Moved Councillor Baker, seconded Councillor Wright. Councillor Baker.
I'll be very brief, sir. A very clear response to the petition. It's a common sense position that we've discussed many a time in this chamber, and I think we'll see more of these amendments coming through the system over the next 2 to 3 years. Thanks, Mr Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I thank the 55 signatures on the petition. Obviously, we do need to think of a solution going forward in terms of parking our camper vans and everything else in between. So I do recognise the petition, but I think as a city going forward, we need to be able to create new ideas and solutions to these problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Speakers for? Speakers against? Councillor Baker, I'm not sure you need the right to reply on that.
No, I don't think I do. Thanks, Mr Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, I'll put PSO 5. If I could ask you to cast your votes, please. Declare that passed unanimously. PSO 6. Councillor Baker moving. Councillor Miles seconding. Councillor Baker.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I'll be very brief. As the report indicates, in respect of the subject matter or the grievance contained within the petition, it's a case where 80% of the number of trees will be retained, and that's a figure of 80% plus. Once again, it's the intention of the city and the developer to retain as many trees as possible along this particular stretch of Capricorn Esplanade. And of course, as we discussed earlier this evening, this particular agenda item is in effect directly related to the draft urban strategy agenda item, PSO 3-06/22. And this is a good common sense approach to take. We need to retain as many trees as possible in our heavily density urban areas, and particularly around parks where young families play and spend time together, bonding and making friends with other young families in the area. Trees are the way forward. We all love trees. I spent the last couple of days down at Margaret River, driving backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards on Caves Road, and I want to see trees make the difference. It's as simple as that. So yes, the response is a very good response, and it's good news. 80% of the trees, 80% plus, will be retained. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Baker has indicated all the good fine points. I guess what we're lucky for here is this particular area was the camping ground. The trees are very mature, and I think it is excellent that the developer has obviously taken that into consideration. Also bearing in mind what we are doing to our community to try and obviously alleviate any of the heat areas, and I'm quite sure that this will grow to be a very nice little area for the community that's going to live immediately around them.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Councillor, speakers for? Speakers against? Again, Councillor Baker, I'm not sure you need the right to reply.
No, I won't risk it. I might lose the vote. I may flip the other way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Councillors, I ask that this that item now be put. If we could have that on our screens, please. If you could, councillors, if you could cast your votes. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move on to AS01 in assets. Looking for a mover, Councillor Rowe moving. Seconding, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rowe.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Just a brief comment to say that I think we are having a good collaborative approach with our state and federal governments and our representatives to develop more shared use paths going forward. It's clear that they're now being used by pedestrians and by cyclists and a variety of other uses as well. One comment that I raised last week in the form of a question that I did just want to reiterate tonight was that e-ridables are a great thing to see, but there's also a regulation and an awareness and an education issue that we don't have much ownership over, but we can certainly use our advocacy efforts with Main Roads and Department of Transport as well. So what I'm hoping for going forward is that there's more awareness campaigns even through our schools to ensure that people are aware of the benefits, but also the added risks and dangers of e-ridables and the extra responsibilities that go with using shared uses and not negatively impacting pedestrians.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm actually very happy tonight. We've got a lot of pro-Central Ward plans and strategies in here, including this one, which is going to have 17 projects across all the suburbs within the ward. But also having a coordinated approach in terms of our pathways and cycleways as well. It's good to see that we're focusing very strongly on this, and I know as we start to grow and have more urban development in our suburbs, we're going to start seeing a lot more people riding bikes, and like Councillor Rose said, definitely going to be seeing a lot more e-ridables. So I definitely echo those concerns as well about more signage, and definitely I think it's a good solid plan going forward, and it's good to see all the stakeholders as well part of the consultation process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. And can I say from the bottom of my heart, Councillor Wright, we're pleased, you're pleased. Speakers for councillors. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Another vital policy for the entire city, Councillor Wright. As a keen cyclist and walker, I am constantly blown away by the amazing cycle and walking paths throughout the Perth Metro. As one of the largest growing local governments, we have a huge responsibility and opportunity to get the city's active transport plan right. Again, this can only happen by working with all stakeholders and leads directly into the city's stakeholder community plan, a strategic community plan of a well-planned, safe and resilient city that is easy to travel around and provides a connection between people and places. E-ridable safety must be addressed urgently, and advocating this to the state government is vital. I don't underestimate the challenges in getting this plan to fruition, but certainly look forward to creating successful outcomes. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Coetzee.
Thank you. Councillor Rowe, I've already covered most of the shared path issue. Thank you for that. The only thing I would like to say there is that we are still waiting for the response on the letters that we have written to the Minister of Transport, Planning, Ports and the Member of Butler. So hopefully with administration that's following up on that, hopefully we'll get a positive response back. Can only cross our fingers. What I would like to say on the e-ridables, I do have a concern there because it's becoming a massive problem, and with state government that the changes of the Road Traffic Code 2000 that was implemented on the 4th of December 2021, I think it needs some amendments, definitely, because where it's saying the age limit have to be 16 and above, most of the time when I see the e-ridables, it's definitely 16 below. Wear a helmet, they're not wearing helmets. A verbal warning or a bell. I don't see a bell on it, but I'm very sure they can scream. Scooters under 200 volt, I'm very sure there are more bigger ones out there. Speed of 10 kilometers on footpaths. I've seen them go much faster. And speed on bike paths, shared paths, local roads where it says 25 kilometers an hour. I've seen a young man about a week ago having a race with a car, and they weren't going 25, they were going like 50, 60, and he won him, beat him. And on travel roads no travel on roads above 50 kilometres an hour. I saw a guy today on Marmion Road, 80 kilometres an hour, on his scooter, sitting on a esky without a helmet. Okay, so e-ridables, big problem. It's not just on our roads and footpaths, but it's on our community centres, shopping centres. You can't hear them approaching you, and they go so fast. So I honestly think we need some urgent help here. But I am totally impressed with the active support transport plan.
Thank you, Councillor Coetzee. You accurately portray our community as being incredibly diverse. Speakers against? Speakers for. Councillor Aitken.
Yes, I'm very supportive of this transport plan and construction of missing pathways on page 127 and continuous and connected share path facilities and completion of disconnected routes. And I just want to say we've had some success here because the path between Burns Beach and Mindari, which we've been waiting for many years, was opened on the 5th of June. And so we've managed to get a connection that the people want, and we've managed to do it continuous and shared pathways, which is really, really good. I do have a concern about the PSP that's not been included with the train line, which was part of our plans, and I'm still hoping for some miracle that it will get reinstalled there. But I'm really happy with this and happy to support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken, and you've just reminded me it's probably ideal that we reinforce tonight the commitment that was made through the federal campaign about a commitment of funding through to shared pathways. It would be remiss of me just not to remind the new local member that we're looking forward to receiving that commitment. Member for Pearce. Are there any speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Huntley, sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, I'm absolutely very pleased to see this come to fruition. It's been a long time in the making. I am pleased to see that Old Yanchep Road has actually been included in this as well. So this is really good news, and hopefully as East Wanneroo progresses, there will actually be that connection between Central Ward and Central East Ward up here. I also would like to make a comment about the e-bikes. One of the concerns I have is that a lot of the new roads that are going to be built, people are going to find themselves with their front doors facing 70-kilometre roads. So are they absolutely going to be pushing their e-bikes and their e-scooters out from their front door? I really don't think so. So I do think whoever did do that policy may need to think about going back to it, or whether even as a local government we could make some changes to those rules. I'm not sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Huntley. Speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Rowe, right of reply? Councillor Rowe has closed debate, councillors. So, councillors, if I could ask you to consider your votes and place them when it comes up on your screens. Councillor Nguyen, voting? Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. I declare that carried unanimously. ASO 2, the viewing tower at Eiffel Park. Moved Councillor Miles, seconded Councillor Civic. Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor. This is a piece of infrastructure, has been around for some time. I think administration's put a date on it from around about 2004. And whilst the majority of the structure it seems to be sound, i.e. it's made of RSJs and other metals, the wooden decking and the wooden steps from time to time have had to be replaced because they combusted in themselves into a fire and burnt down. The sun must be very hot up there. The community through the consultation has been requested by administration a couple of different ideas of what could be put in place, if anything, and the community wants to go for a more ground level structure with some seating in and around, so obviously mums, dads, grandparents can obviously be by their at ground level with their children in the very, very good playground that's on that particular oval. And also on that particular site is some fantastic exercise equipment. So I think what the community has asked for overwhelmingly, and that is to put a new ground level picnic shelter, and it's going to have some solar lighting, so obviously at night it will be illuminated to avoid any antisocial behaviour. And I do thank administration for doing that consultation. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Councillor Civic.
Really reiterating Councillor Miles's comments here. I think the structure will be well received back into its normal use, and maybe appropriately named the Eiffel Tower at ground level. Who knows? But I think everything else is fine by this particular item, Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Civic. Speakers for this item, councillors? Speakers against? Councillor Miles, right a reply? Councillor Miles has closed debate. Councillors, if we could ask you to cast your votes. Declare that carried unanimously, councillors. Thank you. We move on to item AS03, which is the Metropolitan Regional Roads Program. Move Councillor Wright. Seconded Councillor Civic. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to reiterate the point I said before. I'd like to highlight the projects that are going on in my ward as well, as Councillor Parker mentioned before, but I know these projects are significant across the city. I know for the Lenore Road dual carriageway, it's definitely a much needed project to connect up Hocking and Pearsall together, but it will also impact when East Wanneroo is built, as that is the road that separates the two. But it's also great to see that a lot of Southern Ward projects are included in there for Girraween and Madley and Wingara. I definitely know that this will definitely be a good advocacy project, but I know for the two projects that have been given grants as well on there. So very happy to support this and urge everyone else to support it too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Civic.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, all of these roads are in need of certainly some repair and upgrade for sure. I do note the Nangara 260 east of Susan Road. I guess that needs to be upgraded in preparation, hopefully for the deviation through to Whitfords Avenue at some time in the future. But all of these roads are in need of it, and I certainly commend this to Council for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Civic. Speakers for this item, councillors? Speakers against? Councillor Wright? Not sure you need the right of reply there. Councillors, Councillor Wright's closed debate. If I could ask you to cast your votes, please. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, we move on to item AS 040622, and just with a reminder, councillors, if there's any reference or questions to the detail or information that's contained within the confidential agenda item that you have, we will need to go behind closed doors. So looking for a mover on this item, councillors. Councillor Herridge, seconded Councillor Nguyen. Councillor Herridge.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I think we covered off pretty much everything last week. Just wanted to reiterate how awesome it is that this will actually be coming through. I know it's top of mind for a lot of people in our community. It's been a couple of years. It was consulted quite some time back. And it's thankful to not just current councillors, it's ex-councillors as well. So it'll be nice to see everyone cut the ribbon when it actually comes through. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Herridge. Very good point. Councillor Nguyen.
Certainly support this. This is a much needed facility for the area. We know that there's high growth, lots of families moving into Lansdale over the years, and so this is a much welcome facility for the community. So certainly support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. Councillor Rowe speaking for. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. And just echoing the points already raised by the ward councillors, I know the growth in the area through the Carimbia estate in Lansdale and even the small garden estate, I believe, that's popping up down the bottom there on the Kingsway as well. The number of residents and the number of young families in the area has increased rapidly over the last 5 years. I think a point that Councillor Herridge raised last week that I just wanted to reiterate was because that space is used as an overflow car park for Carnaby Rise, if administration can please work collaboratively with the school administration to limit the impact on the parents who are picking up their kids and dropping them off.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Speakers against? Speakers for? And just a very brief word from me, given that this was one of the projects that has been going on for some years. I know with the growth as this area, Lansdale, Madeley Darch, was part of the old South Ward. I'd just like to say that I think the South Ward is in very good hands currently, and this is one of the projects that I think will meet the community's value and benefit well into the future. So, Councillor Herridge, would you like to close debate? Councillor Herridge has closed debate. So, councillors, I'll put this item. If you could place your votes, please. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, we move on to AS 050622. Councillor Rowe, you have a declaration, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. In relation to the item AS 050622, I'll be declaring an interest of impartiality tonight. I disclose that I work for the member for Lansdale who's been involved with liaising with the city's administration in relation to this project. I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly.
Thank you, councillor. Councillors, looking mover and seconder on this item. Councillor Herridge moving. Councillor Nguyen, you're happy to second? Councillor Nguyen. Councillor Herridge.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Just again, councillor, because of the confidential nature of some of this information, if there are any questions on that, councillors, we will have to go behind closed doors. Councillor
Absolutely. Yes, just another important one for the Southwest Ward. Warradale Park is obviously district centre. It's been there for a long time. It's not completely worn, but it has actually been outgrown. Our footy club down there and cricket actually go across a couple of different facilities. So this one has actually definitely been outgrown. I've been chatting to them, and I know that when it was developed, it was done for predominantly the boys because that's who was playing at the time, and now there's a lot of girls. So the upgrade to the actual facilities for the toilets and the club rooms is something definitely warranted. It's been wanted and coming for a long time, so it's good to see. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Herridge. Councillor Nguyen.
Thank you. I know that many members in the community do use this club room, and it gets very busy throughout the year. The one thing to note is this wasn't part of the initial budget, so that there is an additional sort of funding that we need to cover, and this is the reason why we also need absolute majority to support this additional funding. But I do encourage my colleagues to support this, as this is an important project for the community, and it's about time that we upgrade this building. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. Speakers for this item, councillors? Speakers against? Councillor Herridge, probably just before I go back to you as the mover, I think it's important that we acknowledge the contribution that was provided by the local member for Lansdale, the $600,000, which will go a long way to assisting in developing and delivering this particular project. So I think it's worthwhile mentioning that. So, Councillor Herridge, would you like to close debate? I think it's been closed. Councillors, if I could ask you to please cast your votes. I declare that carried unanimously. Councillors, we move on to item AS 0622. Councillor Baker moving, Councillor Coetzee seconding. Councillor Baker.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I'll be very brief. Yes, I thoroughly endorse the recommendation made in respect to this tender. I won't go into the financial aspects of the tender for obvious reasons due to confidentiality and what have you, but it's interesting how what you'd expect. I would have thought that the tender was to be split into separable portions, A and B, with portion A being Yanchep West and portion B Yanchep East. It stands to reason, just for that reason alone, you would expect that in terms of both tenders, that you would expect that there would be one single successful tenderer for obvious reasons. The good thing about LD Total is that they're well known and highly regarded in the coastal strip, particularly around Yanchep. I see their vehicles almost nearly every day of the week and on weekends, working in parks, etc., at Splendid Park, obviously with dads and mums attending sporting events and what have you. LD Total, that name just stands out. When I saw the name LD Total, I thought, hey, well, these guys are everywhere, without sounding sexist. They're local, of course. They scored very highly, ranked very highly in the buy local component. They have the skills and experience and expertise. And yes, I, without a doubt, strongly support the recommendation, and all the best to LD Total. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Councillor Coetzee.
Thank you. I can't say anything more as Councillor Baker. I've covered everything. All I can say is I know LD Total very well because you see them everywhere. So, yay.
Very succinct, Councillor Coetzee. Well done. Speakers for this item, councillors? Speakers against? Councillor Baker, right of reply?
Not necessary. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. With that, councillors, I'll ask you to cast your votes. Declare that carried unanimously. Councillors, I'm proposing to move in community and place, moving all of those items from CP1 through to CP03, unless there's any its that you would like to draw out.
If I could, Mr Chair, I'd just like to make some very brief comments on item CP01-06/22.
Yep, certainly, Councillor. Are there any councillors who are going to oppose these items? Councillor Wright?
Yes, I'm opposed to CP03, the heritage risk rated high.
Okay, so councillors, I'll move CP01-0622 and CP02-0622. Councillor Baker, would you like to move?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yep.
So moved.
Councillor Rose seconding. So Councillor Baker, did you wish to speak on these items?
Yeah, just CP01-06/22. Yes, in effect, in a nutshell, the transition referred to in the report is just common sense. The transition is in favour of an incorporated not-for-profit, a well-known and highly regarded not-for-profit in the Yanchep Two Rocks area. With the bus will come funding, of course. It's a matter of having trust, faith, hope and confidence in the executive of the transitioning group that they will do the right thing, to use the vernacular, which I'm sure they will. It will give them greater control, so to speak, in terms of this particular asset. And of course, they can, if necessary from time to time, approach the city and other agencies for additional funding. One standout obvious funding agency would be the Lotteries Commission. And the bus is used on a regular basis. I see it around the streets all the time. It's obviously filling a need. Yeah, this particular recommendation is just common sense. Common sense. Leave it to the community group to manage, control and own. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Councillor Rowe.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. And just a brief comment on both of these reports, given that they've been presented en bloc. In terms of the community bus service, I just wanted to express my thanks, but also our thanks to the deputation. Last week, I thought there was some great insight there in terms of the community history and the point that Councillor Sengali brought up in regards to having the contents of that deputation included in local history, particularly for those of us that are newer around the table, but also that live at the opposite end of the city of Wanneroo. It's great to hear about some of that local history. In terms of the second item, the homelessness strategy, I think this has been discussed at great length, just reiterating the importance of engaging with our culturally and linguistically diverse community, so making sure that our resources that go out are accessible to all, and also recognising that sometimes language and culture can be a barrier or an impediment to people approaching local authorities. So keeping that as front and centre as we start to implement and execute this strategy.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Now, councillors, I'll just go back to these items. Is there any councillors wanting to talk on CPO 1? Councillor Coetzee.
Thank you. I'm slightly actually sad about this because we are having our last meeting on the 23rd of June. I think we should have a cake or something there. I do not want to go into the details, but I have a lot of respect for everybody who have started and kept running this service for the Yanchep and Two Rocks community. The bus has been running since 1983. I was only 9 years old. There was so much history in this bus service. The Yanchep Two Rocks community bus have operated as transport for medical appointments, a volunteer-led shopper bus service and a monthly social outing service for residents of Yanchep and Two Rocks. I would like to say a big thank you to Julie Temba for all of her hard work and dedication, to all of the bus drivers and to everybody that's on the committee and to everyone who was part of that bus since 1983. And I would also like to say thank you to Katie Russell and Julie Bonnick for all of your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coetzee. Any other comments on this item, councillors? On CPO2, which is the homeless, Councillor Aitken.
Yes, over the many years I've lived here and grown up in Australia, I never expected to be driving home and having someone at the lights with a sign that says homeless. And they were at both sides of the lights. And that was just in our local area. Or to go to in the heart of Wanneroo and there's someone there who's homeless trying to clean windows. Things have changed and things are tough. So this homelessness plan is really important. There are people out there who don't have a roof over their head in the cold, and we need to put strategies in place to comfort these people and to bring them in a safe place. And I'm really encouraged by this, but we all need to put our shoulder to the wheel in every community. We're doing our bit here in council. We need to do stuff in state. We need to do stuff in federal. We need to do stuff in the community. We need all to pull together to care for each other, for people when they're at their lowest, that we can lift them up and help them move forward and at least give them a roof over their head if that's what they want and they need, and provide that. We have a huge shorting of housing at the moment with 2.3% of availability for rentals. Haven't heard of that in years. This is amazing, and we don't have a quick provision of housing. We need to move forward. We need to look after these people, and we need to provide accommodation. These policies and strategies and the homeless plan is the start towards that. But I must say, driving home today from the city, to have people with a sign in front of me at the light saying homeless, please give me help, is just really shocking, because I've never seen that as a character of our nation, and we need to move forward and help these people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Very happy to support and approve this plan going forward. Certainly, homelessness has increased, making this plan increasingly relevant. I would like to thank admin for your ongoing care and support of people in need. It highlights your care and dedication, and I'm looking at you there. Thank you so much. I know so many people that have actually said how much help you have given them, and I really, really appreciate it, and I know that they do too. So thank you to all of administration, and I certainly support going ahead the homelessness plan.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Councillor Coetzee, did you have a comment? No. Any other comments on this item, councillors? Councillor Nguyen.
This is a very important policy. I met a homeless man just a couple of days ago. He was wet, drenched, cold, shivering, and didn't have a place to go. So he opened the door at my office, asking if he could stay there for a moment. We know that these are people that need help, need support, and need care. Fortunately, I was there and we were able to support him. And when I called for help, the numbers that I got weren't very helpful. They didn't come out to help. We waited for a few hours and we were referred to one place to another and no one came. Eventually, he was fed and he left. He couldn't wait any longer. I don't know where he slept that night, but that night it was pouring rain. And before we even had an opportunity to give him a jacket, he left. He slept there for a couple of hours. So winter is here. It's coming. It's going to be very cold. So I think this policy, in reviewing this, it's important that we do more for the people in our city and end homelessness as soon as possible, especially as Councillor Aiken has said that with the increase in unemployment, housing affordability, availability, there will be increase in homelessness in our state. And looking at the report, in 2018, of the 200,000 individuals living in the city, we've got close to 400 people experiencing homelessness. And we know that the condition, the environment has worsened over years with COVID as well, and we are still in COVID. So I certainly support this. I think there's more that we can do, but I certainly support this policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. Councillor Miles.
Speaking for Deputy Mayor, look, it's very important that the city does take a position. This one's in conjunction, I know, with the City of Joondalup, which is a very good pairing. The community in general is at a very high stress level. We know that Morphers people are losing the properties, not through any fault of their own. They're losing them because people are selling their rental properties because they're getting very good returns when they sell them. Now, I know people that will go back into the market when the marketplace settles a bit and more land comes on and the building industry sort of calms itself down. But the knock-on effect is people are living in their cars. There are people that quite often will stay late at their workplace and they will sleep in their cars at night and then obviously go in early. There is a lot of that going on within our town, all the way up through from Kandoola to Two Rocks. I'm involved in a couple of organisations outside of this place, and I can tell you that food for people going to school is of a great need. Some high schools are needing 200 to 300 sandwiches per day to feed those children that aren't getting lunches. Now, we can get food from various sources around the place, but because of the ongoing shortages of what's going in the supply chain from the East Coast, some of those food shortages are even happening in that end of the market as well, where they're being donated food. So this is a very big problem throughout the community, and I note with interest the City of Perth are actually challenging some of the issues with the state as far as trying to centralise homeless services within the Perth area, and they don't want that to happen because that means more people will jump on a train and get down to the city, and it'll combat and have a bigger problem. But I do think, Deputy Mayor, I guess CEO, that whilst we're doing what we can as far as the report and our administration is, I think that the next step's going to have to be where we're going to have to seek some form of funding to go to that next level. I don't think that we're going to be able to do it using our ratepayer dollars because we don't have enough. Some people are mentally ill and don't want to live in a house. They just don't want to. But that doesn't mean to say that they they want to live out, as Councillor Nguyen said, in the wilds during winter. They just need a place to stay. We know that homeless people are staying in some of our 24-hour lockup, automatic lockup toilet blocks, where they'll go in before the shut-off time, and then they can stay there all night in the warmth, charge their phone if they need to, especially a young person. And I have known of a young couple who were homeless for whatever reason. It doesn't matter, we shouldn't judge anybody, but she was pregnant and they were using one of our toilet blocks as their home at night. So, you know, whilst, you know, we sort of, and I'm assuming our administration is turning a little bit of a blind eye to that, rightly so, if they're not doing any damage. But I think overall, I think it's our responsibility to bring this to the higher governments and look at getting some more concrete funding that we can take it to that next level. And I trust the administration will be looking at that as our next step. In conjunction with the City of Joondalup, I think it's only fair that it's done across the whole northern sector because homelessness is on our doorstep. A lot of people do live down by the lakefront and have done for multiple years. This just now getting to a point where we're seeing very young people being tossed out of houses they can't afford to rent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Any further comments on this item, councillors? With that, Councillor Baker, just assuming you might wish to close debate on those two items?
No, I think the speakers who've spoken so far have covered the field. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Councillor Baker's closed debate on CPO1 and CPO2. Councillors, if I could ask you to please cast your votes. I declare those two items, CPO1, CPO2, carried unanimously. Councillors, we move on to item CPO3, Corporate Risk Profile. Looking for a mover and seconder, councillors. Move Councillor Savitton. Seconder Councillor Baker. Councillor Savitton.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. No, I don't have any comment to make. This item is satisfactory. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Savitton. Councillor Baker.
Thanks, Mr Chair. A very thorough report. I endorse the recommendation and I look forward to hearing Councillor Wright's question, please.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Speakers for? Speakers against? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I am also a member of the Audit and Risk Committee. I do have a significant interest in our heritage and history concerns of the city. I'm just not satisfactory with the progress that we are having on these items, and from moving lowering the risk to moderate. You know, when risk is high, admin keeps on top of these things, and some of these things like the local heritage survey, other items include, you know, there's the Two Rock Sun City precinct. There's a lot of Indigenous cultural heritage sites within the East Wanneroo area. A lot of these things are matters that should be clarified before it gets to the point of, you know, for example, East Wanneroo, a lot of the issues will be coming up towards the end of the year in terms of development applications. I think we should be on top of these heritage concerns before, you know, these matters progress. I just think personally having a higher risk actually keeps administration on top of these issues and is actually thorough in terms of until these items are complete, not in progress, complete and finished, then we should lower the risk. But until then, I'd like to see admin keeping on top of the resourcing and actually making sure these items are completed on time, as I know some of these have been delayed already. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Speakers for? Councillor Rowe.
I'll speak in favour of the report, Deputy Mayor, but I actually do want to echo some of the points that Councillor Wright was making, just given the context of some of the issues we've dealt with lately in terms of development occurring in our city's north, the East Wanneroo community becoming a growing area. And also the fact that we have culturally significant sites in the city of Wanneroo, and also leading into our public statement tonight in regards to the issue of climate change. I'm in support of the officer's recommendation, but I do think we have to be incredibly conscious of our responsibilities and the context we have as a growing council. It's one of the things that when sometimes people ask me, what is the identity of the city of Wanneroo, or what's the essence of it, you think of the different parts of our community. We're an established community in the south that is maintaining but also growing. We are a growing community in the north. We're a coastal community. We're an industrial, agricultural community. And with all of those different components comes a responsibility to take care of our environment and to have stewardship. And I think part of that responsibility means managing the risks. If the acting director last week assured me that some of those mitigation strategies are in place. So I just hope administration continues to monitor that going forward, just particularly given a lot of the items that we've been dealing with at a council level, a lot of development going on.
Thank you, councillor. Speakers against? Speakers for? And I'll close off my comments on that. Just an observation in terms of risk and risk management. Essentially the clarification of risk at high is often characterised as not having sufficient controls in place to manage the risks of those items. And usually moving from high to moderate is an indication that controls are in place, sufficient controls are in place to effectively manage those risks. It's not an indication generally that it is a high risk and there is endemic problems. It's the way it's managed. So it's putting those controls in place to move it from a high classification through to a moderate or a moderate to low. So that's just, that's the administrative process, and I'm sure if I asked Mr Marmion that, he would probably agree. But certainly the sentiment from both Councillors Rowe and Wright are absolutely understood. Are there any speakers, further speakers for or against?
For to close?
Yeah, certainly, Councillor Baker. Yep.
No one would like to speak against? No. I'll be very brief. The thing is that this particular issue has already been dealt with by...
Councillor Baker, I understand. You seconded this item.
Beg your pardon. Thank you.
Yeah,
if that is the case.
You confused me, Councillor Baker, that's all. It's easy to do on the occasion. So, yep, speakers, I'll just go around once more. Speakers for? Speakers against? Councillor Civic, would you like to close debate?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Look, now that I guess some points have been made, I've listened to Councillor Wright and Councillor Rowe on the points they've made. Heritage issues are very important in this council, and at times they can be of a high risk. I think I agree with the recommendation. When we look at, I guess, Two Rocks, that has not completed yet. I believe the Heritage Council still will be looking at that, and from their aspect, I don't know, I'm not sure from the city's aspect, but there are also some heritage sites within East Wanneroo, etc., which will be part and parcel of the development process in time and could actually be proven to be of a high risk and will be looked at by administration under planning process there and then. But the points made by both councillors are valid. I am still happy with the recommendation here, and if something does come up of significance, it will be dealt with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Civic. And with that, Councillor Civic's closed debate. Councillors, if I could ask you to please cast your votes. I declare that carried. That's 12-1 with Councillor Wright against. Councillors, we're moving on to corporate strategy and performance, and I'm proposing that we move items CSO1, CSO2 and CSO3 en bloc. Are there any exceptions, councillors? Councillor Baker?
Yes, Mr Chair. I just have a couple of questions regarding a couple of the payments referred to in CS02-06/22.
You voting against CSO2,
Oh,
councillor?
no, I just have a couple of questions I'd like to ask first.
Okay, succinct questions, councillor?
I think so. I think I'm known for very succinct questions, thanks. Yes, may I ask the questions now?
No, not just as yet. We'll get a mover and seconder first, councillors. We'll take those three from CSO1, CSO2 and CSO3. Move Councillor Civic and second Councillor Rowe. Councillor Civic, did you wish to speak to these items?
No, thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Rowe.
Only to just reiterate my point from last week about the Smart Cities strategy. Obviously, we've got surveillance to improve the perception of safety in our community, but also as we go forward and develop more technological capabilities, hoping that user facilities and parks can be monitored, because we do have some parks that, while the planning of them means that they're going to get asset upgrades quite far into the future, we do have development that goes on in the area, and it leads to an increase in the uptake of those facilities. So I'm hoping that over time, the strategy can include the best ways to upgrade those facilities at parks and community centres.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. So I'll just take them from the top councillors. Do we have any comments to make on CSO1? On CSO1, yes? Oh, okay, well, when we get down to CSO3. So, councillors, we'll move on to CSO2. Councillor Baker, and I'll just... Sorry, Councillor Wright, did you have any questions, sorry? Sorry, yep. Councillor Baker, and just remind councillors, I circulated an email last week just making sure that these questions should have been in writing before this evening's meeting, so as the administration have the opportunity to answer them in full. So, Councillor Baker.
Thanks. Apologise for not putting these in writing. Yes, if I could direct some questions to Nolene. On page 294 of the warrants of payment section, item number, just bear with me, 122987, the payee was Telstra. The particulars read asset relocation - Yanchep Beach Road and phone charges for the city. What was that asset relocation? Was that the relocation of the free Telstra phone that was on Yanchep Beach Road opposite Nursery Park? It's used by many senior cits in the area. Is that what the actual asset relocation was? Because I hope not, because that phone is very popular amongst senior citizens, particularly those making 10-minute STD calls.
Yeah, Councillor, actually, Mrs Jennings, if you don't have the specific answer for that, we'll take that on notice. Thank you, Councillor. Next question.
Next, page 296 of the agenda. Where are we? The very bottom entry, the heading to the entry reads electronic funds transfer. The number, or the item number, is 2634. The payee was the Rotary Club of Mindarie Inc., $10,000. If you turn the page, you'll see there's no particulars provided as to the reason why the $10,000 was the $10,000 payment was made. What was the purpose of the payment?
Thank you, Councillor. Mrs Jennings, unless you have the detail, we'll take that on notice. Thank you, Councillor. Next question. That's it. Thank you. Any further questions on this item, councillors? And then we move on to Smart Cities strategies. Councillors, any questions or any comments on Smart Cities? There being... Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry. We do have Councillor Nguyen and then Councillor Huntley.
Just with the data that's been collected under the Smart City policy, who manages the data collected? So this is... if it goes through, for example, we're looking at the utilisation rate of certain buildings or parks and that. What happens to that data?
Mr Jennings.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We obviously aren't collecting that just at the moment, but when we do collect it, if we get to that stage that we're able to collect some utilisation figures, it will probably be the asset strategy people, so that they can actually understand whether utilisation is, you know, to a certain percentage. We already do utilisation data, for example, with our vehicles to make sure that we are utilising them appropriately and not got some idle piece of equipment. And if we do, we probably sell that. So it's generally, if it's assets, it'll be asset management team that will look after that data.
Thank you, Mrs Jennings. Councillor Nguyen.
What's the law in terms of collecting people's sort of data? Do we have to seek their consent, or do we put in signages to say that if you come into this area, your data will be collected and used appropriately, or what is the regulation for that?
I can answer that question. It's the Australian privacy principles. There are 7 of them, and I'm assuming Mrs Jennings would probably confirm that.
Yes, that's correct, Deputy Mayor. And in the case of utilisation data, we're not collecting personal data. We're just collecting,
that's correct.
You know, it's been used for 3 hours or, you know, that sort of thing.
Thank you. Councillor Huntley, sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to say I'm in support of the smart cities. I think it's something that perhaps Australia should have followed a long time ago. We are very behind with when you consider the UK and America for their smart cities. It will be amazing to see this actually come in and start working. Free public Wi-Fi wherever you are in the city would be amazing, especially as sometimes our phones don't even work. But certainly with regard to us building a whole new city in East Wanneroo, that gives us an amazing ability to smart city our roads, and also the train stations, and also perhaps even school kids walking back to school and home from school, which will give parents that satisfaction that if they need to, they can find out where their kids are at any one point. So I think it's a marvellous thing to actually bring in smart cities. I think the data side is an issue, but really and truthfully, most of the time, I think in the UK, they don't have any problems at all on the data side. You can just call it up even now and just look at a street. So it's not too much of a problem. You can't actually go there and rob someone, so it would be a bit difficult. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Huntley. Councillor Nguyen.
Just a question. What is a smart bin? What does it do?
Deputy Mayor, a smart bin in itself is smart as an entity or item, but it might have weighing mechanism in it, for example. So you might weigh how much rubbish is in the bin, and that will send a message to the waste area to say this bin's nearly full. You might want to come and collect me.
Yep. Excellent. Any further questions or comments on this item, councillors? Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Look, I do look forward to this being rolled out. I think it is long overdue, and I know administration have been working on this for a little while. Data collection helps us make decisions about how we're going to spend ratepayers' money. We will be able to monitor how people, or what roads they will drive down. We'll be able to collect the IME data from people's phones. You'll be able to do the same thing as was suggested. Nearly all of our children have phones when they walk to school, walk home to school. Now, whilst we're not going to be collecting individual people's information, that's clearly not allowed at all, the actual data from telecommunication companies and from other services are freely available. You can monitor how people are using the road network. And I know main roads do that quite frequently, to just see whether or not it is worth upgrading a road that we might all think, let's do this road. But when we look at the data, we might say, well, hang on, there's only 2,000 people a day using it. But this road over here is using 20,000 people a day. So the data becomes far more greater for us to make a decision down the line. With the bins in the future, it could possibly be to a point where I would say that a bin would be collected once it is full, as opposed to sending a truck to every single house in every street. And I think that sort of data saves money and can also save the environment, because you're not sending trucks and vans and other items around the network. Yes. So that's what the data is all about. I'm very supportive of this sort of technology. I don't believe in any way that it's at all at the Big Brother level. And just something that we were talking about recently, councillors, about barbecues in parks. we will be able to collect the data on whether or not that barbecue in that particular park is of any use, and maybe it could be transferred somewhere else. That's the data we need to make those decisions going forward, so we don't have to spend unwanted funds. So totally in support of it and can't wait to see some of the benefits going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Any further comments on these items, councillors? There being none. Councillor Civic, did you want to close debate on these three items?
No, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think everything's been covered, and especially on the last item, it will be significant in the future of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Savitton. With that, Councillor Savitton has closed debate on items CSO1, CSO2 and CSO3. Councillors, if I could ask you to please cast your votes. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, we move on to item CSO4. Let's move Councillor Wright, seconded Councillor... Actually, I think Councillor Baker, I think you had your hand up first.
It's just by, yes.
You were very quick. So, yes, Councillor Baker seconding. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll keep it to an A4 sheet of paper because I know I could go on for days. But the day has finally come. A great outcome for the club. After long negotiations, we have a beautifully put lease. The Wanneroo BMX Club has been a project that I've loved being a part of and have seriously really opened up my eyes to community sport and the value it gives to families and young people. As some may know, I'm not the sportiest guy. The Wanneroo BMX Club has been there since 1982 and is now the largest BMX club in Western Australia by membership, servicing the Northern Corridor for BMX. The sport is continuing to grow as has become an Olympic sport in recent times, which shows how big the sport is getting. The club is one of the few clubs that has the community support with nearby residents supporting the club and has not had any complaints about noise. This is rare and should be acknowledged that a club of this scale has support for being located in an urban suburb, and should be commended that the club goes above and beyond for its residents through letter drops and open communication. This lease, in summary, will acknowledge the club is here to stay after receiving $1 million from the new federal member for Pierce, which I can now thank because she's in here in person, which is a great outcome, and thank Ms Roberts for her advocacy and passion for the club. It also provides options until June 2034, allowing for the club to reach its potential and actually host an Australian Championship Series right here in Pearsall. And oh my God, we finally have a brand new youth facility pump track, which will be open to the public as well. And I cannot tell you how much persistence the club and myself have had to get this, a massive win for youth in Pearsall. The lease now also expands from its current footprint and now covers the whole lot, including the drainage site and expanding the car park. I want to echo, as mentioned in the report, about the funding, that I would like the club to undertake the works, and for any funding received that the club directly controls the project and not the city. I'd like to raise a point which I heard last week during the briefing session about the land value. No matter how long the club stays there, this will always be a city asset and will continue to go up in value. I'm strongly against moving this club along in any way, shape or form or capacity just because of land value. You cannot put a price on the value of this club that it provides young people and the BMX community. Pearsall already lacks facilities for the community, and with this new pump track and new cycling facility for BMX, it is another place for young people to thrive. Councillors, I'm really happy that this club has had a great outcome, and I look forward to hosting you alongside the club in the Central Ward in the upcoming weeks to see the vision they have in store if this passes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Baker.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I'd like to endorse the comments just made by Councillor Wright. He's 100% spot on. I'd also like to thank the new federal member for Pierce, former Mayor Tracy Roberts, for her hard work in securing the significant grant from the Commonwealth for track upgrades. Also, I note that the city's position is that the city will assist the club in finding a suitable alternative site. But rather than just simply identify the site and say, there it is, go and get it, the city, as I read the clause, or at least the gist of the clause, the city will support the club at its present site until the alternative site is determined and progressed to the stage that a facility is constructed for use by the club, in other words, a turnkey facility. And also I note as well that the city will work with other arms of government or tiers of government to secure other sites, in other words, Crown land sites, and they would be obviously Crown land sites owned by the state government or Crown land sites owned by the federal government. I'm sure there would be, I would have thought so, there'd be quite a few parcels of land that would be prima facie suitable for development for this particular purpose, particularly in and around the Kingsway facility, sporting facility. The other aspect to the matter is that it's interesting to note that the title, which is incorporated in the report, if you read the actual certificate of title, it says that the property is transferred to the City of Wanneroo on a freehold basis on 16 July 2012, as I record it, and the duplicate title was issued on 26 July 2012, which begs the question, who owned the property prior to the City owning it, or was it a case where the City subdivided it, sold off a certain parcel of land around the perimeter and retained the balance of the land, and hence a new title was issued for that purpose? I'm not sure if anyone can assist in that regard. Any council directors? Because it does actually say the title issued on 16 July 2012.
Councillor Baker, I'm sure we can take that on notice and provide that information to councillors.
Yep. Now, the other one aspect that I'd like to respond to is council rights aspect. A statement to the effect, look, it might be a valuable parcel of land. It may otherwise generate considerable market value rates rental, so to speak. I understand the sentiment there, and without in any way discussing valuations which have been disclosed. Nonetheless, the City is required to act prudently, and it may well be that the rates that would otherwise have been generated had the land been put to its fullest commercial use, that those rates would have easily, in their own right, have funded additional improvements to the existing facility, or to any new parcel of land that will be improved using, hopefully, what will still be federal government grants, or the residue of the grant that is forthcoming. So it's a great facility. I remember visiting this with my son back in, when was it? What was it? September 1995. He was very young in those days. He found the race aspect so frightening, quite frankly. He wasn't prepared to get out there and have a go. He was just happy to pedal around the streets and around ECU's campus. But it's a great facility. It's a good news story. And yeah, things are on the up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Speakers for, we've got Councillor Civic, then Councillor Aitken, then Councillor Miles.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, I am really pleased, and I've always been a supporter of the BMX Club. I'd like to go back in history, and when Councillor Treby and myself and Mrs Newton were here, we're all firm believers of BMX. We love where they are. At that time, in those days, there was no extension of Ocean Reef Road. There was no dualling of Lenore Road. There was no Hartman Drive. It was out in the sticks at the time. They've endured the test of time. They've met their requirements. They've provided a facility for young people to ride BMX, also represent that club in the Olympic Games and other relative sporting events internationally. I've always been a very good advocate for BMX. I want them to stay there for this duration of this time. They've preempted this lease by bringing it forward, and I'm so pleased that it's before us tonight, and I certainly hope that Council endorses it. I'm sure they will. But in essence, we can't override the fact that this is a very strategic site and the actual infrastructure is ageing. Even though the member for Pearce has been able to secure $1 million for the club, in time there will be other parts of the club that will require renewal. But in the present time, I'm pleased that they've got this extended lease to at least 2030, 35, and there is time there to maybe look at a site which will deliver an Olympic facility in the future. But for the present, I'm really satisfied and happy that they are to remain there for at least the next 10 or so years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Civic. Speakers against? Speakers for, Councillor Aitken?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to thank the federal government for the funding for the new development there. This club is a club with a heart, with lots and lots of kids who race bikes there, but their facility is antiquated and out of date. And so the extending the lease on this enables them to rebuild the facility. And I'm glad, and I hope that the funding goes straight to them to negotiate to do the rebuild themselves. The BMX races are Olympic sports. They have had Olympians come through there. And to have this here in the heart of Wanneroo, where local kids can come and race their BMXs, is really important to have this other sport. Not something that's not just a ball sport, but something that's unique. And I would support the club staying where people can get to it easily and use it rather than having it in a remote area. This is a strategic site, yes, and it's strategic because it's important because it's in the heart of the community and the people can get there to use it. It's a vital community organisation that is not what everyone does, but we need to treat and provide facilities for everyone where they're at and what they want to do. We can't put a square peg in a round hole, and people who want to do BMX, it's fantastic. There is nothing like hitting the race gun to start the race and the traps go down and all the kids go off. It's fantastic, enthusiastic and vital. And I support this lease and I support the future of the Wanneroo BMX Club. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aitken. Speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Miles?
Yeah, thank you. Just to be brief, Deputy Mayor, I've sort of been associated with this club probably since I was about 17 years of age. It was originally done by the council a long time ago when Councillor John Maloney was on council, and he managed to get a piece of land up the back of Mary Street, and that is where the site is today. And it has grown and grown and grown. Parents come and go, kids come and go, and the club still is there today, and it still is used extensively, not just over in our corridor, but obviously in the wider area. I know administration, back in 2007 when I was on council, administration started looking for a spot for them to go. When I came back on council in 2017, we were still looking for a spot for them to go, and it just wasn't able to be achieved. And then a couple of years ago, the working group decided to give this club some certainty. The then Mayor Roberts was in that meeting as well, as Councillor Wright, Civic and myself, and we made the decision along with administration to make sure that this club could have certainty and have a lease that they could put the investment back into the club. And that's where this lease opportunity came around. The bonus of this is the fact that the federal election gave a commitment of $1 million to the club through Tracy Roberts MP, and I think that's absolutely brilliant. Now, how that goes to the club and is managed, that's yet to be decided, but I do think that they will be able to achieve far more with the dollars than we can through our tender processes and the like. So that's why I did ask that question last week. But I do congratulate the club on their endeavours. I do wish them very well. This 10-year lease, which is a 5 and a 5-year option, hopefully will get them through the next bundle of hurdles, and then the council in 10 or 12 years' time can then decide whether they get relocated or stay on spot. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Coetzee.
Thank you. I agree with what everybody have said here. Only one thing, Councillor Miles, I was in that meeting too. As the councillors all have been invited for the 24th of June, I'm going, so I've never ridden on a BMX track. I want to go have a ride.
Thank you, Councillor Coetzee. Speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Huntley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I would like to actually thank everybody who spent a good many years working through to actually have the club get this finance, and also the club have a very stringent requirement for where they need to go, and for all of us in Wanneroo, in Central and Central East, it is an absolute pleasure to have this group in our areas. The group needs to stay within these areas. It's quite important. And I think now by them getting over a 10-year lease does actually mean that as we grow the new East Wanneroo, we can actually work out where this club could actually go if it needs to move. And hopefully it will move to a bigger and better facility rather than be pushed to somewhere that perhaps it doesn't really want to go. And so I'm really happy for it to stay where it is, and let's see what happens over the next term of years and certainly the term of this lease. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Huntley. Speakers against? Speakers for? Just some final comments for me before I go to the mover of this item. Did you actually, Councillor Herridge? Did you? No. Yep. Look, I very much support the club, and Councillor Wright, thank you very much for extending an invitation for me to come down. I think what is important for clubs like this, sporting clubs as well, but those embedded within our community, they play a great part in improving both the wellness and well-being of a local area, and with the children and the parents, it certainly provide that cohesiveness, and really importantly, build a fantastic culture within the surrounding area. So there is a culture with that club attached to that area, which is intrinsically linked. So absolutely very supportive. Councillor Wright, would you like to close debate? Councillor Wright has.
I'll just thank everyone for their comments and hopefully their support, and look forward to you coming next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Now, with that, Councillor Wright has closed debate. Councillors, if I could ask you to please place your votes. Thank you, councillors. Declare that carried unanimously. Councillors, we move now on to CS 050622, which is the extraordinary election to fill the vacancy of Mayor. And just bearing in mind, councillors, we have an amendment on this item. So, councillors, looking for a mover and seconder on the substantive item. The substantive item. Yep. Move Councillor Baker, seconded Councillor Miles. And we have an amendment from Councillor Rowe, seconded by Councillor Parker. Councillor Rowe.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I am going off the cuff on this one. I haven't written notes. I'm just going to speak from the heart and let it all flow out. So no Division 3 complaints. Thank you, everyone. This has been sort of a genuine and a real possibility ever since the four of us got on council last October. So we've given it a lot of great consideration in terms of what is within our power, and then what is also under the statutory provisions of the Local Government Act. So this is titled as an amendment, but really I see it as an extension of the officer's report. I'll briefly explain why I agree with the first 3 points, which I believe the only change to those is in the first word, so an administrative change. I am supportive of the WAC conducting the extraordinary election in its traditional, normal format via post, for a couple of reasons. I am conscious, and it actually has made me quite nervous about the costs that will be attributed to that, but I am equally, if not more, cautious about the possibility of changing the system in an ad hoc approach for one single election. The idea of having a WAC-run in-house election in a Metropolitan Council 1 year, and then potentially 12 months later going back to a postal election in the traditional format worries me greatly, and for a couple of reasons. The first is that it's very difficult to actually allow voters to understand how to vote in normal circumstances, because particularly at a local government election, it's a little bit different. You've got the receiving of the ballot, the marking of the ballot, the signing, and then posting it back. And there's also added complications for in-person voting as well. So I think we need to stick with the traditional approach. I'm also worried about what in-person voting would mean for the actual voter turnout rate, because we've seen in other councils that have adopted this approach, and I must say it's generally rural and regional councils, not metropolitan councils, we see a voter turnout rate that is under 10%. I'm quite worried about what it would look like if the voter turnout rate is under 10%, what it could mean for the perception of the legitimacy of that elected mayor. Those are my points that I'm saying in terms of the first 3 points. The fourth is simply that we are governed by the Local Government Act. I respect that the Minister may have a literal interpretation of that, and there may be no discretionary powers that are afforded to the Minister. My only comment is that we need to consider all approaches prior to or concurrently while this process actually unfolds. Point A is asking the Minister to refer to the Local Government Act and see if that option is available within his powers. Point B is something that I suggested today. I don't know if there's any precedent for this occurring. The reason that I suggested it was because I was concerned at the prospect of a mayor being elected and then only having 12 months before they have to go back up for re-election. And some people may say, okay, well, if they're a half-decent mayor, they'll easily be re-elected. But it's a lot for any potential candidate to sacrifice their job, security, run for election, get in, and then get turfed out 12 months later, possibly through no fault of their own. That was on my mind when I suggested this. The second thing was the cost implications of having two elections 12 months apart. And finally, I thought it would be possibly a good idea, if the local government minister agreed, to have our mayoral election concurrently with Stirling and with Joondalup, given the level of symmetry and the shared values and proximity that we have for one another. I'm not saying that these powers are within the abilities of the local government minister or under the provisions of the Act. I personally don't think they are. However, I'm saying that we have a responsibility to consider all options for our ratepayers. That's why I'm putting forward this amendment this evening, and I hope councillors will support it.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. I completely concur with your comments. My biggest concern is the cost to the ratepayers. In the present economic climate and considering the efforts Council are going to keep the rates increases as low as possible, we have to make every effort to postpone the election until the ordinary election due in October next year. Saving our residents in the order of $300,000 to $400,000 it has to be of highest concern to us. I feel adding the cost to the present economic difficulties faced by many residents cannot be supported. Hence, writing to the Minister for his support and understanding to exercise his discretion is the very least that we should be doing. Thanks, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. And just before we go any further, councillors, if I could ask Mr Berkeley-Hill just to provide some direction on the item as it's presented in the amendment.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through the Chair, just in relation to Resolution 3, the amendment that's currently shown doesn't show all the changes from the previous one. So in strikeout and added text. So I'd propose, if we can, to delete the language of 3 and replace it with what's in this motion here, in this amended motion here.
Within the amended motion.
So it'll just read, decides in accordance with Section 4.91B of the Local Government Act.
Right, okay.
Yeah, because some of the text was moved around.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. No. So what's now included is accurate?
Yeah, it'll be, so I would propose that we delete 3 as it was in the report and replace with what's there.
So what you have in front of you, councillors, is the latest updated version as has, yes. That's, yep, there was just a little bit of confusion. I think we just needed to clarify that. So councillors for the motion, speaking for the motion? Councillor Miles?
Yeah, look, thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I do support the endeavour to try and save some funding of our ratepayers. As we know, we've had quotes of anything up to $400,000, if not slightly more. I don't believe, and I think administration's comment is very clear, and I do believe there is no capacity for the minister to be able to make any changes because it's very clear and defined in the Local Government Act of what happens when a mayor departs her position or their position, and it has to happen within a 4-month. You have to have an election within a 4-month period. But I don't think it's going to hurt in any way, while the processes are still being dealt with by administration, that a letter cannot be sent up to the minister as a way of an urgent matter to ask whether or not the approval of the term of the office, mainly B, can be concluded that it becomes basically a 3-year term. I don't believe that we should leave our residents with just a deputy mayor. I believe our council's too large for that. But again, administration's advice over the last couple of months has been very, very clear to us that there is no capacity within the Act to actually not have an election. And this has only come about because of the cost, and we're trying to scramble to look at making some changes to help our residents and ratepayers. Because, as we know, last October was council elections, and the former mayor could have resigned and that position could have been dealt with at that time. And it wasn't. So now we have to weigh the $400,000 cost going forward. But I do believe it's our responsibility to at least seek some advice from the Minister and the Department of Local Government, whether the advice that we've received from our lawyers and our CEO is correct, and we must set a date, which is the 2nd of September, to have an election within 4 months of the mayor resigning. So that's my position. So I'm happy for the letter to go off. I don't think it's going to make any changes, but however, we need to be prepared for all circumstances.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Councillor Baker?
To speak against the amendment?
Yes, Councillor Baker.
Thank you. To speak against the amendment. First of all, at the outset, I share all the concerns and sentiments raised concerning the subject matter during the course of this debate. I agree. But the problem is this, and it sounds silly, but the law is the law is the law. The Act is very clear. It is very clear. Words such as shall hold an election within XYZ period. That doesn't mean if you feel like it. If you just bear with me. So I accept what you're saying. I've actually looked at the Act myself to see if there are some loopholes, so to speak, and the only loophole I could find would be for the Act to be amended pronto with a retrospective amendment, and there's generally a presumption against retrospectivity with amendments, to have it apply, to have the amendment apply from the day before the deemed mayoral vacancy following our former mayor's resignation, and to have that applied prospectively. That's one method. And you've got Buckley's and none of that. The other methodology is for there to be a poll of electors with a question to be formulated by the Local Government Advisory Panel on the basis that we resolve that we want to have a poll to revert back to the model whereby the city councillors elect the mayor, but only for this particular month, and then thereafter we revert back to obviously the model whereby councillors elect the mayor-elect. Now, the trouble with that is you've got to have a poll anyway, a poll of the electors on that issue anyway. So it's a circuitous catch-22. It's a circuitous catch-22. That is the problem. The law is the law is the law is the law. Of course, you can go cross-eyed reading this Act with these damn sections, flick backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards. It's very confusing. But as I read it, there's no loopholes, and that is the strong, considered advice from the city's senior council, as I understand it, and his advice was clear and there were no ifs, buts and maybes. He said, in terms of the law and practicalities, we just can't do it. I'd love to do it. I'd love to do it. But we can't pretend, and the Minister can't pretend that he can bend the Act and disregard the relevant provisions of the Act. And that is the unfortunate reality we're hit with. Once this election is out of the way, this particular election, then they can try and fast forward amendments to the Act to cover this hypothetical factual scenario arising in the future. And they'll have until October next year to do that. So that's the regrettable fact that I share the sentiments. You can write the letter. The letter can be sent. But all of these issues, angles and loopholes have already been thoroughly explored through the electron microscope, and there are no practical ways around it, unfortunately. But I share the sentiments. We don't want to cause ratepayers to
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Councillor Rowe, your point of order?
Point of order seeking to raise it as a point of clarification.
Clarification. Yes, Councillor Rowe, yes?
Yeah, point of clarification, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Baker just referred to we can send the letter, but my understanding is the only way we could send the letter is if it's actually included in the recommendation, which is what I've sought to do in terms of proposed amendments. So I don't believe we could actually send it if we don't adopt this amendment.
Look, you're quite right. The recommendation is actually a legal direction. But yes, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Councillor Baker, had you concluded that?
Yes, that was just the debate concerning the amendment, that's all.
Yes, thank you. Speakers for? Speakers for? Yep, Councillor Civic.
Yes, thank you. Just briefly, Mr Deputy Mayor. Look, I'm in favour of this. I've listened to Councillor Rowe and Councillor Parker. They're right. The cost factors here are important. Councillor Baker could well be right. If we incorporate this, send it off, we could get an emphatic no. And if there are any powers, well, the Minister may be able to do something about it or not. But in order to save this council a lot of money in the short term and bring it into the normal line of elections, which would be an important thing to be able to control the financial factors, I think it would give everyone confidence not just to have a mayor for 12 months or whatever the time will be. It's not something that would attract a lot of people to run for council under those terms and conditions. So I'm thinking if we can write this letter, I'm certainly happy to endorse this particular item is put up, or the amendment is put up by Councillor Rowe, and we'll just see how it all comes back. And then if we have to take the umpire's decision, so be it.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Civic. Speakers against? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My concern is in relation to 4A. I would actually be supportive if that was removed. The reason being, and I know that Councillor Rowe clarified this just before, which has helped me understand a bit more. But if it's possible to remove that component from it, because personally I feel it's undemocratic. If we decided to give the keys to the Deputy Mayor. For me, the cost is the big thing for me. And if this amendment was to fall through, I have an amendment to do in-person voting through the Electoral Commission, which would save costs from us doing it in-house. So I'm just mindful that, but my first priority is I do support if we can merge the terms together, which is Part B, but I'm not supportive of Part A, which in fact makes me not want to support the amendment. If Part A was removed, I'd be happy to support it. I just think our position as a city has been to have a publicly elected mayor. That is what we've gone with. Why should we change it this time around? Keeping in mind Councillor Rowe and Councillor Parker's comments around the cost of the election, that is my priority as well. I want to achieve the same outcome for the lowest costs, and the outcome is to appoint a mayor. And if that can be done through in-person, maybe it might give an opportunity for our PNCs to host a sausage sizzle at our community centres, whatever the case might be. It then gives it back to the community to have their say for the lowest possible cost at appointing a mayor. Because I can tell you now, the Minister probably won't accept this because it sets a precedent. If we decide to give the Deputy Mayor the keys to the Mayor's spot, and it sets a precedent for other councils then to follow suit, and it defeats the whole purpose. And I know our purpose as a city is to have a publicly elected mayor. And I have serious concerns with Part A, even though it's simply just requesting the Minister to provide a response on it. I still think it's inappropriate. I'd be supportive if Part A was removed. If this doesn't go ahead and doesn't pass council, I will be moving an amendment to seek, which is basically admin's one, but in-person voting. That's my say on the matter. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Wright. Speakers for the amendment? Yeah, Councillor Huntley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm in support of this amendment, one, because of the sheer cost. It would be, quite frankly, a disgrace if we were forced to do an election at full cost for 12 months. In fact, it's even less than 12 months because we actually have a break, so it's not even 10 months. and it wouldn't be until September, so it'd be even less time. The other thing is, why on earth do we appoint a deputy mayor if the deputy mayor doesn't take over the mayor's role when the mayor has disappeared? There is an ethical and moral obligation to this, despite what the law says. And I think this is a really good challenge for the regulations to actually be looked at and see what happens when this occurs. In other councils, they internally vote their mayor. We don't. We postal vote. But what should happen when circumstances occur like this? And federal government and state government places are taken. And don't forget, we are all elected. Everybody here sits here because they're elected. So at the end of the day, when we elect a deputy mayor, that's our decision that that deputy mayor will fulfil the roles of a mayor when the mayor is not present. For the short time this is going to occur, it makes absolute sense. I'm fully happy with this proposal on the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Huntley. Speakers against? Speakers for? You've actually spoken, Councillor Parker. I'm sorry, because you seconded. Yep. Councillor Nguyen, speaking for? Question, yes.
Can Mr. Berkeley just clarify in terms of the legal advice? If we write to the minister, can you confirm whether the minister has or does not have the power or a authority to actually exercise his discretion to waive the election or not?
Deputy Mayor, through the Chair, just in response to that, I would unfortunately reiterate the recommendation is that the City does not believe that the Minister has the power to do this, and that is the view of the City. Writing to the Minister, we don't believe will necessarily make any difference in terms of changing things.
And can you clarify whether the City has sought its own legal advice on its position?
Mr. CEO.
For you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, administration's advice has been consistent and been provided to council on two separate occasions. First, under the signature of Mr. Yildiz, and secondly, under the signature of Mr. Berkeley Hill. So our advice has been consistent and remains the same.
Speakers for? Sorry.
Sorry,
still
just a few
questions.
more.
Okay, yes, Councillor Nguyen.
I'm trying to reconcile the item on number 3 and number 4. So if we were to approve this proposed amendment so that the extraordinary election is on Friday, the 2nd of September, and the term will expire in 2023, is the intention, if the minister has the power, then to override the council's approval? Is that the intention of that?
Mr. CEO.
And does the minister then actually override what's been decided by council?
For you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. The officer's recommendations 1, 2 and 3 are very specific and, in administration's view, discharge the responsibilities under the Act to respond to an extraordinary election. Item 4 proposes to write to the minister seeking his decision on options A and B. And you'll note within Councillor Rowe's amendment, there is a bracket which says no later than 5 p.m. on Monday, the 11th of July. If the minister provides his advice to council prior to that date, that would require a special council meeting to be immediately called. Council would consider the advice from the minister and then decide to not proceed if they wished with the election. And the date of the 11th of July is important because that's a significant event in terms of the sequencing and programming of the election by the Australian Election Commission aligned to 1, 2 and 3.
Yes, so in terms of that date, 11 July 22, would there be any costs or any work that need or preparation that the city would have incurred up to that date if that were to happen?
For you,
Mr. CEO.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, there will be some costs because as soon as Council passes this resolution, we contact and engage the West Australian Electoral Commission. But those, and I might ask Mr. Beckley-Hill because he has been in contact with the West Australian Election Commission, I would suggest that we don't start incurring significant costs up until that point.
Deputy Mayor, through the chair, yeah, I can confirm that conversation with the West Australian Electoral Commission. They said that that would be the best date to select as a sort of end date to not incur significant costs, but there would be some costs incurred, as CEO has mentioned.
Can you indicate how much that may be?
For you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, it would be difficult to estimate the cost, but there are certain tasks that need to be conducted. So we have to prepare the roles need to be prepared. The West Australian Electoral Commission will start their process of managing the election. But the significant costs in terms of printing and posting and those elements, appointing of staff for counts, aren't triggered at that point in time.
In terms of either option A and B, can you clarify whether there was a preference, one over the other? Maybe Councillor Rowe? Yes.
Yep, Councillor Rowe.
Councillor Nguyen, the preference was B. However, I am personally happy with both of them. If councillors wish to, I don't know if this is possible at your discretion, Deputy Mayor, and with the CEO's discretion, would councillors prefer to split the vote on the recommendations? I'm personally happy to support it as is. However, if more councillors feel comfortable voting on these items A and B individually, I'm happy to oblige.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nguyen.
I think I would prefer that Councillor Rowe. I hear you've spoken with your heart and I'm touched with what you've said. I agree with the intent that's been put forward, especially we know it is a difficult time for everyone. So everything that relates to costs, we got to be very mindful of. The costs of election from 300 to 400,000, it is a lot of money in this time. I also understand where Councillor Baker is coming from, that the residents have the right to a popular elected mayor. For me, I think cost is top of mind right now. So I'm sort of more keen also towards what Councillor Wright is suggesting. There is some concern in terms of the voters' turnout, and given history has indicated that not many people bother to turn out. But if we believe that our residents care so much about who is going to represent them on council, as the mayor, as the leader and the spokesperson, then that could be the best alternative in terms of cost and benefit. So I am split in terms of which motion to support, but certainly I don't support the amendment 4A for the reasons that the recommendation by the CD that the Act doesn't allow for the waiver of the requirement to call an extraordinary election. And both options A and B seems to contradict each other in that one extends the time, the other basically requests there be no election. So that's the reason why I think only one option should really be considered. The other sort of point I thought, just in relation to 3, if we were to include a date, could we move the sentence is Friday, 2nd September 2022, next to after the word mayor, so that it reads, the date to be fixed for extraordinary election for the mayor is Friday that for the term expiring 21 October 23.
I'm not sure that Councillor, I'm not sure that actually changes the meaning or the intention of that item.
No, it doesn't. It just reads easier.
I don't know that it even reads easier. But anyway, councillors, and I'm not, yeah, okay. Councillors speaking for the item. Councillors against the item. Councillors, yep, you'll have the right of reply. Yep, thank you. I will speak about this because there are a couple of points that have been raised which are quite interesting. There was a comment made by Councillor Wright that did verbatim suggest that the impact and effect of A hands the keys over to the Deputy Mayor. I think that is quite erroneous and is absolutely contradictory to the Act. What is suggested in A is in fact what happens in the Act. If the Mayor is not available or cannot act, the Deputy Mayor undertakes the role of Mayor. That's taken straight out of the Act. The suggestion that we hand the keys over to the Deputy Mayor is quite...
Point of clarification, if I may.
When I'm finished, Councillor, you're allowed to do that. Thank you. But that was certainly what was said, and it was bordering offensive. Didn't ask you to withdraw those, but that's not what the Act says. The Act is very specific. The Deputy Mayor, if the Mayor is not available, must undertake the role of the Mayor. It's not about...
Just on a point of order, please, Mr Chair.
What is the point of order?
Point of order is that we're dealing specifically with a vacancy scenario.
That's not a point of order, Councillor. Councillor, you're out of order. That is, Councillor, you're out of order. That is not a point of order. If you're asking for a point of order, please refer to standing orders and please tell me which point of order you are referring to.
Referring to the fact that what we're dealing with here...
Councillor, you are debating. It is not... Councillor, it's not a point of order, and I'm speaking to the amendment, Councillor, and interjections are not points of order. It's a chance to interject and debate. You have not raised a specific number on a point of order. Thank you. Now, thank you for allowing me to continue. The reality is I'm happy to go to an election or for that election to be held as soon as possible. Couple of things. Number one, councillors, in the local government reform submission, we raised this very point. This council, with people sitting around council that have asked questions this evening, were in support of doing exactly this in this council's submission to the local government reform process, to identify this very issue. So this council is on record as doing that. It's important, councillors, because we have and it was unanimous policy position in response, this council. So I just want to just refresh people's memories, number one. Number two, I think what Councillor Rowe quite rightly is asking, and it's incumbent upon us, is to seek the Minister's consideration and use of discretion, if there is any, to save our ratepayers money. It's incumbent upon us to, at the very least, ask. Now, I'm sure the minister, and Councillor Miles would be aware of this as being a former minister, he would get his advice from the department, and they would also get their advice from the state solicitors, and they would look through precedent. So I'm not sure what the response would be, not a high degree of faith, but whatever. But it's incumbent upon us to ask the question on behalf of our ratepayers. And councillors, if there's an election that comes up in September this year, fine, absolutely fine. Should there be a full democratic process that allows that to occur? Absolutely. We should be encouraging everyone to get involved. I'd be encouraging people, if they felt like running for mayor, nominate, and please be involved in the democratic process. So, you know, the election itself is irrelevant, but there are processes in place. But it's also an opportunity. I think I don't accept the argument that A and B are contradictory. They may well be mutually exclusive, and I don't believe they're contradictory. In fact, I think one may potentially lead into the other. But the reality is, councillors, that these are questions that should be asked. And if the response is no, go to an election and it's 12 months, that's fine. But we should certainly ask, because it's our ratepayers who will certainly be worrying the financial cost of that election. Now, Councillor Rowe, you had a point of clarification.
Thank you. My phrase that I used in regards to handing the keys to the Deputy Mayor is in relation to, and you referred to the Local Government Act about the Deputy Mayor stepping in the position of Mayor, which I in terms of fulfilling the duties when the Mayor is unavailable. I understand that. My point is now that the Mayor's position is vacant and it is a permanent role that will cease on the October elections is the difference. My point about handing the keys to the Deputy Mayor also was about the bypassing the community input on which I can ask the CEO to clarify for me, is the city's position of having a publicly elected mayor. Your point A in this, Councillor Rowe and Councillor Parker's recommendation amendment contradicts the point of having a publicly elected mayor that the City of Wanneroo has endorsed since it's formed as a city. That is what my clarification is about. It is now that the mayor's position is vacant, not that the mayor was unavailable or anything like that. Now it is a permanent vacancy. My judgment is consistent with what administration is providing us. All I'm asking is for this to be in person. Right now, point A bypasses the community input and it allows the Deputy Mayor to jump into that role. And unfortunately, the people did not pick the Deputy Mayor, which is chosen by councillors by the Local Government Act. So I don't see this as being fair. I'm sorry. And look, as one of the person who is not contending the city's mayor election, it is a genuine concern I have. And yes, cost is at the forefront of my mind, which is why I said in-person election. I'm sorry I'm getting a bit peeved off, but this is...
Councillor, I accept that you have passion, but please measure your comments.
I'm happy to withdraw my comment if that would suit.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Just one moment. Let's just pretend for a minute that I am actually chairing this. Mr. Berkeley-Hill, did you want to provide clarification on section 5.34 of the Local Government Act for all in council, please?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through the chair. Section 5.34, just to clarify what that says. And it says if A, the office of Mayor or President is vacant, or the Mayor or President is not available or is unable or unwilling to perform the functions of Mayor or President, then the Deputy Mayor may perform the functions of Mayor and the Deputy President may perform the functions of President as the case requires.
Thank you, Mr. Berkeley-Hill, for that clarification from the Act. Councillor Baker.
Just a further clarification. That vacancy, though, does that mean a vacancy for 6 months, a year, or does it mean the next available period or time or date for an election as per the other sections in the Act which specifically deal with a vacancy in the mayoral's position, please? I think you'll find it's the latter, with respect.
Well, like any regulation, you read it in the context of the whole section. Right.
Deputy Mayor, through the chair, just in relation to that, that is only section 5.34, but it does use the word vacant, which was the comment that was raised earlier. Obviously, yes, the other provisions do apply as they would normally apply.
There are. So, if just by further clarification, please, sorry. In terms of the other provisions that apply, in other words, the provision which sets down the mandatory period before which an election has to be held, they are mandatory provisions that apply in a vacancy scenario arising out of a vacancy deemed by the Act to be a vacancy following the receipt of a resignation of the Mayor, correct? That is the case.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, through the chair, 4.81 of the Act states that if the office of a councillor or of an elector mayor or president becomes vacant, under section 2.32, an election to fill the office is to be held.
Does it say is or could be held, or doesn't have to be held if you just write a letter or send an email or a text to the minister, please? I haven't read the section for a while.
Yeah, what is also pertinent, councillors, that we've had many circumstances where we've had elected member vacancies that we've held over, and I think from last count we've had at least 4. Councillor Nguyen, is it a question because you've already spoken? Councillor Nguyen?
Just in relation to item 4A, given this directly affects the deputy mayor, would it be appropriate for the deputy mayor to consider there's an interest and recuse himself from voting on this item?
Thank you, councillor. And of course, as you know from a legal practitioner's background, it's up to the individual to declare that interest himself.
Sorry, that question was directed to legal.
It's not a question for the legal team to answer, councillor. It's a question for the individuals, as you would know as a legal practitioner. And any further question trying to reinforce that point, I'll declare out of order.
Deputy Mayor, am I allowed to ask a question?
That question's been answered. Your next question?
I'd like to ask the question.
Your next question. If it's that question, I'll rule it out of order.
Well, it's a different question. Is the Deputy Mayor required to consider there is an interest that's required to be disclosed in this item?
Well, firstly, it's not my declaration. Secondly, and again, I'll reinforce what I just said, councillor, that it's up to the individual to declare, and I don't believe so. It's up to council to make that determination on the matter that's in front of us, not the declaration. No, councillor Wright. Is it a question? Because you have already spoken.
Yes, question. Just going on Councillor Rowe's point about splitting the point 4, part A and part B, I'd be satisfied with that. Thank you.
Yep, not a problem. Councillors, Councillor Rowe, would you like to close debate, please?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll be brief in my closing remarks. These processes are happening concurrently. I think there's been some assertion as if to say that one overrides the other. That's factually not true. Numbers 1, 2 and 3 suggest that the process will occur as is required under the Act. Point 4 suggests that while that process is unfolding and we are exercising and adhering to all of the legal requirements of the Act, that we simply ask the local government minister to consider. We're not instructing, encouraging, pressuring, intimidating. We are not doing any of those things. The actual wording there, I wrote specifically to be as mature and reasonable as possible, consider. And also the point that one can contradict the other. I don't believe so. We've used the word or was in there. if council feels, look, I don't want this amendment to be defeated. So if council feels more comfortable with splitting the 4A and B and voting on them separately, I'm happy to do so because I don't want this amendment to be defeated. Yes. So I'm proposing, as the mover of the amendment, with the discretion of the seconder, to split the vote on 4A and B and vote on the 2 items separately.
Sorry, he's closed debate. And then we go through now to the vote.
Well,
so no, he's closed debate, councillor. He's the mover. He was the mover, and he's closed debate.
No, I'm not questioning that.
No, he's moved it and closed debate.
I'm confused with the intention of what this is because.
Yeah, just wait. Councillor Baker, thank you for your interjection. Please don't interject in because I'm just correcting Councillor Wright. Councillor Wright, I'm about to put that. Thank you.
But I have to make a vote, and if I'm not,
Councillor
if
Wright,
I don't have the information, then how can I make a vote?
Councillor Wright, I'm about to split that vote.
My question is not about the splitting.
4A and 4B. No, Councillor Rowe has closed debate. There is no further comments or questions. Councillor, standing orders, Councillor, standing orders. Thank you. So with that, Councillor Rowe has closed debate. Councillors, we will put items 1 through 3 and we'll vote on those separately to 4A and 4B. On this item, councillors, we are putting 1, 2 and 3 separately, together as one vote, and then we'll be moving 4A and 4B separately. Councillor, yeah, that's right, but Councillor Rowe had closed debate. There's no further discussion. There's no further discussion. So, councillors, so it's the motion that's on the screen. So we've got items 1, 2 and 3. Councillors, if you could cast your votes, please.
It's got postal voting in there. That's the whole point of what I said. You're talking about costs of saving ratepayers money. You put postal voting in there. That's what I'm saying. That's what my question is.
Councillor, this is the amendment, and then we go to the main motion as amended, councillor. So councillors, that's passed 11 for, 2 against, the 2 against being Councillor Newen and Councillor. Councillors, we then move on to 4A. And we'll just reset that vote. Mm-hmm. So is it a vet? Yeah. So Vet, if you could just project the resolution only on 4A. On 4A, yes. So councillors, that's what we're voting on, which is 4A.
Just by way of clarification, Mr Chair, should the word either be there? Because the word either at the end of the introductory sentence implies that there's an alternative after A. So it should just read to approve the City of Wanneroo, etc.
Okay, if we were... So, Vet, can you remove either? Yep. And then we will then remove or as well. So, councillors, so what we have is simply 4A. We're only voting on A, councillors. Councillors, are we clear?
I think, Deputy Mayor, should that be to remove the 2? Because that then consolidates that as one item without the other. But as we said, they are...
No, we're separating these out, councillor.
So do you want to take...
No, we're just separating these out. So they are functionally different. This
right,
one,
okay, so we leave the or will be in the next...
correct. So councillors, so we need that point A, Yvette. Yep, that's it. So that's it, councillors. That's what we're voting on there. So if you could please cast your votes. I declare that carried 7-6. Those voting against, Councillor Baker, Councillor Aitken, Councillor Miles, Councillor Herridge, Councillor Newen, Councillor Wright. So we then go on to 4B. So Yvette, if you could also project the recommendation on B, please, and just remove the word or as the preface to B. Thank you, councillors. That's what we're now voting on, councillors. Actually, councillors, the recommendation from, or the suggestion from the CEO, I think is valid. I think the word or probably should need to be in there, because unless we have or, there's an option there for the minister to simply dismiss both. We could use the same, yeah. Well, it will be the same preamble anyway, councillor. Yes, you're quite right, councillor Baker. So, councillors, that's what we will be voting on. So, councillors, if I could ask you to please cast your votes. I declare that carried 11-2. Those against is Councillor Parker and Councillor Baker. So, now we move to the motion as amended, which is moved by Councillor Baker, seconded by Councillor Miles. Councillor Baker.
Yes, sir. Oh, that particular motion. Well, yes, as amended. Well, I think the horse has been flogged enough. I don't want to bore you any longer. Can we think of any other crazy hypothetical factual scenarios that can arising out of this forthcoming election? And look, all we want is the best for ratepayers, but at the same time we want to comply with the law. Sure, we want to save money. In-person voting, it is the way to go, but we're told that the turnout would be low. I have concerns about postal voting. We've read the stories both here and in the state about what's happened with postal voting over the years with local governments in other jurisdictions or within WA, and that's only what we know. As who was it once? Dick Cheney said, was it Dick Cheney? There are known knowns and unknown knowns and all the rest. But yeah, look, I think the debate's been debated around it until debating inside out and upside down, so I'll shut up and say nothing further. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Baker. Yvette, if you could also put the recommendation on the screen as amended, please. Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Look, I was happy to support this motion because I do agree that you know, from time to time there are many councillors that have sought different offices, got elected, and then local governments in one shape or another decide to either leave a councillor role vacant. But in this case, the mayor's role cannot be left vacant and there has to be an election. And I do believe that the Act is very clear, it's very defined. Administration have given us plenty of advice that the election has to be held. And the only reason we're doing that, as I said previously, the former mayor decided to stay on until the very last minute before she resigned, where if she'd have resigned last March or April, then a new mayor could have been elected in the ordinary council elections last year. So that is the direct result of hanging in probably a bit too long. And whilst I agree that the new member for Pearce has promised quite a few dollars to some of the projects in and around the city, and I do thank them for that. I think it's very important that they get delivered. But I still think of the cost on an election, anything up to, as we say, $400,000. But unfortunately, democracy does cost money. And we must make sure that we give our residents the best opportunity to elect the person that they wish to oversee the council over the next 12 months before the next ordinary council elections. And if you think that the election for the residents, another $300,000 or $400,000 is going to be expensive, for those people that are running, it'll be the same thing, because you're going to be funding 2 lots of elections within 12 months. So I do wish everybody well. I don't think the advice from the minister is going to change anything, and I do think that our administration will be able to start progressing towards that September the 2nd date. I don't think it will change. I guess I will just finish by way of a question that maybe the Deputy Mayor could ask the CEO to enlighten us on. If the Minister writes back to us and states that there are no opportunities to make the term longer or leave the Deputy Mayor in place, I'm not sure why we'd have to have a special council meeting when we're already making it very clear in 1, 2 and 3 that we're setting those dates.
Mr CEO.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Perhaps if I could just reiterate my previous advice, and I think Councillor Miles answered his question at the end in that Resolution 1, 2 and 3 are deliberate resolutions to call an extraordinary election. 4 is a request to the Minister, and the only time a special council meeting would need to be called is if the Minister writes back in the affirmative that 4A or B can be achieved, then there is a deliberate decision. If the Minister writes and says there's no option for A and B, then 1, 2 and 3 continue to be actions.
Speakers 4. Oh, so you have questions?
I have an amendment for this.
Yeah.
For the main substantive.
Okay, we'll just wait till we go to speakers against. Are you speaking for it with an amendment, or?
I'll speak for it with the amendment changed to in person, because it basically, if we're saving cost of money, in person. So then that just devalidates everyone's points about saving money.
Okay, then we have an amendment, Councillor. Councillors move Councillor Wright, seconded Councillor Nguyen. And we'll have to help a vet with this. So what's your amendment, Councillor?
Happy with everything except for point 2 to be changed to in-person election by the Western Australian Electoral Commission.
So Yvette, can you just make that change, please?
And I think can I just say something?
Mr CEO.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Just while Mr Berkeley Hill is walking up to the bio box, I think, Mr Berkeley Hill, the other amendment that would need to be made is, I think the West Australian Electoral Commission have advised us if it's an in-person election, the date would be Saturday the 3rd of September as opposed to Friday the 2nd of September. Is that correct?
Yes. That is correct.
Councillors, we'll just take a minute or two to try and reflect the intent. It'll come back, Councillor, I promise you. That's it. Ashley, just for the recording, we are just getting some clarity around the amendment that's moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Newen. That amendment will be up on the board shortly. Councillors, Ashley, councillors, can I just have a motion to adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes, please? Move Councillor Baker, seconded Councillor Civic, without actually going through to a show of hands. Are we happy for that adjournment for 5 minutes, councillors?
Back at 9:10.
We're back at 9:10, councillors. Hello, councillors. We'll be restarting the meeting in a minute. Thank you.
Just put it as a general resolution.
You've already got that in there, haven't you?
Yeah, it's already.
Yvette, thank you, Yvette. Can you please project that onto the screen? Thank you. Fantastic.
So we're back.
Councillors, we're now back. Councillors? Councillor Aitken, we're now back. Thank you. Now, just on those changes, Mr Berkeley-Hill, if you're able to just provide an overview of what those changes are to reflect the proposed amendment by Councillor Wright, seconded Councillor Nguyen.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through the Chair, just to clarify what you would, if you were proposing an in-person election, number one would remain the same to require the Electoral Commission to assist. Number two, the statute 4.61 subsection 7 states that if you do not make a direction to have a postal election under 4.612, then it is considered to be an in-person. It says, unless the resolution under subsection 2 has effect, the election is to be conducted as a voting in-person election. So there's no requirement in 2 to reference a provision of the Act, because there's no provision of the Act to determine it to be that, but we can make a resolution that the method will be in person, just to be clear. Number 3, there's going to be a slight change to the date, because the recommendation is that if an in-person election is being conducted, it should be on a Saturday, not a Friday. Other than that, it's as stated.
So, councillors, that's the amendment. So, Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to your amendment, please?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. This amendment is a choice between 80,000 versus 320,000 for a postal election. I've heard councillors all night talk about the cost to the ratepayers. Well, this is a simple choice. It is cheaper to run an in-person election and achieve the same outcome of appointing a mayor for the city of Wanneroo, pending the minister's obviously point 4 with the letter. Mr CEO's points that he raised, obviously if the minister does not get back to us or does not choose A or B as suitable, then the option above will be what will go ahead, which will either be in-person voting or postal voting. I also note in the report on page 432, there is actually a number, 138,000 electors which would be eligible versus 135,401. So more people would actually be able to participate in this election. I think this is a suitable amendment pending the climate and economic conditions that we are facing. And as you know, that obviously it is a tough area for all councils to manage, and we are trying to manage the situation as best as we can. This is the best option for people to still have their say and for it to not cost as much. It is as simple as that. And I apologise that we had to get to this point and take up so much time. But at the end of the day, this is for the residents, ratepayers and electors of the City of Wanneroo. And I am advocating for the best cost-saving option. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Nguyen.
I think this is one small step for council, but it's going to be a giant step for the future of this election and the future of all elections. If we set this precedent, that is to agree for an in-person voting, imagine how much savings we could have for future elections, that we could consider in-person voting for every other election. That's a significant saving cost to the city, to our community. Now, the cost is only $80,000, and the choice is clear. You either choose between $320,000 or more, and $80,000. And we know that right now, cost is at the forefront of every decision that we make. And this $80,000 covers the one polling place in each ward, and it's to be conducted by the city with the assistance of the WAEC. We have been talking about saving costs to our residents, and it's a no-brainer why we should be choosing this option over the other.
Councillor Herridge, you have a... Oh, sorry, Councillor Nguyen, are you finished?
Sorry, I think there's a hand up.
No. Councillor Nguyen, are you finished or...?
Oh, no, I'm not. Now, there's an indication that the response rate is much lower than a postal vote. We've just had a federal election. People are still quite remember what just happened recently. So, and now we just have another vote in another 4 months. And with the amount of interest that we think will be for people going to go for the mayor position, I think there will be a lot of publicity as well. So I think there will be a lot more people than what we can expect in this report. So I think with the proposed change in person, the concern, while I do share that concern, I am optimistic that there will be more people that will turn up, especially on a Saturday where it will be quite accessible to many to come and vote. And no doubt there will be a lot of election material to remind people to vote on that day. So I encourage my colleagues to consider as the better alternative option. Thank you.
Councillor Herridge, you had a question.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Just to clarify, the way that I was reading the report was that the WAEC provided a cost estimate of the $80,000 inclusive of GST to support the city to conduct an in-person extraordinary mayor election. And then underneath it says costs not covered in the estimate but include, include but are not limited to. Does that mean that we incur our own costs on top of the 80K? Yes. Have we estimated that?
Mr. CEO.
I might just defer to the Director of Corporate Strategy and Performance. We have covered the areas that we need to do ourselves as opposed to the WAEC, but I might just ask the Director of Corporate Strategy and Performance whether I don't think we have allocated any costings yet.
Through the Deputy Mayor, at this point, no, we haven't had a chance to actually do that calculation of these potential costs, except to identify some of them.
Thank you, Mrs Jennings. Councillor Baker, you have a question?
Question, yes. Just a question. And that is, can someone assist me? I don't have my calendar with me. If we proceed with the in-person vote methodology, will that date coincide with the school holiday period in September? Can anyone help me in that regard? We've got the P&C. So, and if it doesn't coincide, and if, you know, Mary and Billy Bloggs are up north with the kids in Broome enjoying the sun, they won't be able to vote. In other words, you can't have a pre-poll on a fixed day vote, in-person vote, correct? Whereas with postal voting, you can. Is that a 2-week period?
I think there are some inherent constraints. Mr. CEO?
I've just done the search of West Australian school holidays. So term 3 holidays start on the 24th of September and conclude on the 9th of October.
But it is, I understand, Father's Day the following day, Councillor. So, question, Councillor Sangelli?
Just some clarification first.
Yep.
Just on the number of electors available to vote and why the numbers are different between a postal vote and an in-person vote. So we've got 135,401 people available on the 9th of June. That was the count of the number of electors. And then on the 10th of June, we've now got 138,000 people available.
For you, Mr Deputy Mayor, it's the same role that informs both elections. There has been a gap in time between when the WAC provided us a quotation for the postal and then the estimated quotation for the in-person. Mrs Jennings might have any additional information.
Thank you. Through Deputy Mayor, we have to actually set up both roles properly anyway, so the number will change. So that's just an idea to get an estimate.
But it's the same role for either option.
So the same amount of people will be available whichever one we do. So that was one thing I wanted to clarify. One thing that does greatly concern me about doing in-person votes is the one polling place per ward. And I think about the North Ward in particular, and you're talking about, I'm assuming you would go for a central point, which would be Yanship. So people coming from Two Rocks or from Alkimos are doing a 20-kilometre round trip to cast a vote, compared to maybe a 2-kilometre trip to go to their post box. So when we're talking about saving people money, one of the greatest costs of living at the moment is the price of fuel. And we're expecting people to come out and do a 20-kilometre round trip to cast a vote.
And stand at 20 kilometre queue.
Excuse me, Councillor Baker, I'm actually speaking. On top of that, it was a good point bringing up about school holidays, but the other thing notable about September's Saturdays is finals for sport. And we all know as councillors that one of our closest relationships that we have with people in the community is our sporting groups. So we've got committees that are there all day committed to their sporting groups, and we're going to hold an election on the day that is possibly the biggest day of their whole season if they're playing a final. So we've just knocked out a whole demographic of people. On top of that, you've got people with mobility issues. You know, they don't have people on call all the time to drive them to these in-person things. It's something that needs to be planned. It's something that they then have to pay for as well. And I think, although it does cost extra money, and I do acknowledge that, if we want to be truly democratic about it, we need to allow all options. And the only way we can do that is through the postal votes.
Point of clarification, if I may, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Rowe.
Sorry, just in regards to Councillor Sangelli's points about the fuel and obviously the location, under the Local Government Act, it actually allows for early voting or postal voting if someone is not there, not available for that date. No, well, no, it's
so,
not. Sorry.
Councillors, I want to call this to order. Councillor Rowe, you're making the points.
Right, sorry. In regards to the points about mobility, in-person actually provides assistance for people to fill out their ballot forms as well. And I also do note the costs in regards to, I think Councillor Sangelli raised, the 80,000 is obviously not inclusive of the staff costs, which I recognise, but it will still be under the 320,000, plus the Australia Post postage has gone up. So we haven't factored the postal packages yet. And also, I note in there, you still haven't paid for the non-statutory advertising and everything else. So 80,000 is still going to be cheaper, and having, you know, a smaller amount applying for postal or early voting versus 320,000 plus postage and everything else on top. So for me, it's still going to work out cheaper than running a postal election.
With respect, Councillor Wright, that was a little bit more than just clarification.
Sorry, apologies, thank you.
Councillors, I'm accepting Councillor Sangali's as against. So I'll go for a 4. Those speaking in favour. Councillor Baker.
Yes, thanks, Mr Chair. The point of the matter is this, and that is that for whatever reason, good or bad, voting in local government elections in the state is not compulsory. You have the right to vote and you have the right not to vote if you so choose. It's a matter of having the right. And if you waive that right, you've waived it, and you waive the consequences that flow from it. You can't whinge later. I know everyone's circumstances are different on a weekend. I appreciate that, particularly with children's sporting commitments and what have you. There's a whole host of activities we have to get up to from time to time on weekends, particularly grandparents helping their children with their grandchildren. But as Councillor Aitken knows, her Tesla's known as the White Aitken's family taxi for weekends. But cut a long story short, the real issue here is democracy, number one, and cost to ratepayers. I'll deal with cost first. I mean, you'd have to be blind Freddy, not to appreciate that many ratepayers and residents, eligible voters, are experiencing a cost of living crisis. It's in the media absolutely everywhere. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. We have issues setting our budget at present, which has not been definitively put away, as to what the percentage net increase will be to ratepayers. And many are watching, and they will feel it. We've got problems, as we know, with the spiralling inflation. There's pressures building for considerable wage increases for obvious reasons. And the trouble is, if we get caught up in the spiral, or even add fuel to the spiral, we're partly to blame for the spiral. But that discussion would be perhaps further thrashed out towards the end of June. But the bottom line is this. We need to save funds wherever we can. You know my position on the need for a third-party independent review of our services in all respects and regards, the delivery of our services. That's for another day. The bottom line is this. This is democracy. We're saving money. It's a responsible thing to do. And I think people will appreciate that we're trying to do the right thing in terms of saving money to the city. That's what they will appreciate. The other argument might be, well, Baker, the situation this year, damned if you do, damned if you don't. You're going to get burnt or stabbed through the neck no matter which way you run. You can't please everyone. And the old saying says, well, if you can't please everyone, please yourself. But I think it's the cost issue and it's the democratic issue. We don't want a mayor, in effect, elected by a letter signed by a Minister of the Crown. That is not democracy. This ain't Cuba. This isn't the Congo. This isn't Rwanda.
Councillor, could I ask you to contain your comments to the amendment?
Yes, I'm just dealing with democratic principles here and the fact that it's a ministerial...
Yeah, it was ever so slightly embellished outside of the amendment itself. Thank you, Councillor.
I was just working my way back to subject. I'm sorry. I'll just be a moment. So it does get back to cost. And what's proposed is reasonable. It's appropriate. It's fair in the circumstances. It's necessary. The cost measures are considerable. We've got budgetary pressures that we haven't even begun to consider yet. A tidal wave of considerations. One obvious one is what will be the amount of the cost sword in the Thailand case against the city.
Councillor, I'm calling you to order on that. That's a completely irrelevant consideration.
No, it's, no.
That's, Councillor, that is, I ask you to withdraw that comment. That is irrelevant to the amendment that we're discussing. I'm asking you to formally withdraw that comment.
Before I do, I'll just explain this position.
Councillor,
the cost is an issue.
Councillor, I'm asking you to withdraw that comment. It's completely irrelevant to the debate. Councillor?
I will not withdraw it. It's directly relevant, and cost issues are very, very relevant indeed. That is one aspect of the cost issues, the cost of the budget and to ratepayers. And it is the truth. It is the truth.
I'm about to... your comments will be called out of order unless you withdraw that particular aspect.
On a without admission basis, I withdraw.
Councillors against the amendment? Councillor Civic.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I've only got a couple of points to make. The first one is, as pointed out by Councillor Baker, it's going to cost or whatever. It's a democratic system that we have. If we have an election that goes to the people, and we have a polling booth, et cetera, we've just gone through a federal election, very few people are going to attend. If you actually send out ballot papers via post, they are there. They will think about making or voting if they wish to, but it's not compulsory. This is the biggest thing about this whole situation. The turnout numbers already in local government around, I think this council was about 28%, if I'm not correct. So that is really important, 28% of voters. If we go to the people, and people are actually, the point's made by going to a polling booth and they don't have to vote, they're not going to go. So the numbers, in my view, will be even lower. So I don't see any justification in having under that method. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Civic. And those in favour? Councillor Coetzee?
Sorry, I've got a question, please.
Question,
too.
yes.
Was this done before? Have I missed something? Have this vote in person been done before in any other councils?
Well, not in the new city of Wanneroo, never.
Yeah, not in the city of Wanneroo, but anywhere else that we know of.
And I believe in local governments across the Perth metropolitan area, I don't believe there are any. I think Bayswater was the last.
If we go for this tonight and approve it, this have to go to the Minister for approval?
No.
Not, oh. The other question I have, Natalie, Councillor Sangali spoke about 3 boxes and the 1 box might be in Yanchep. Is it going to be 3 boxes, like in the North Ward, Central Ward, South Ward, or is it all going to be a box in every ward, 7 boxes?
I believe the intention is 1 per ward, but I think the very point Councillor Sangali was raising is there are geographical challenges in some of our wards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. So those speaking for the amendment? Those against? Councillor Rowe?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I'll be brief because I actually articulated, I think, my views on this in my own amendment that I proposed, getting confused. I will add a couple of different things as well. I am worried about what the impact will be on the understanding of the voting system. I do appreciate the actual cost that is associated with postal. Trust me, I do. It has been on my mind a lot lately. But I am quite concerned with what it will do for our voters for one special ad hoc election to go to a postal system that has not been used in this jurisdiction since the split of the council, and then possibly 12 months later revert back to a postal voting system, how it will impact participation rates, inclusion in the democratic process, and the understanding of how to partake in the election. I do think it's going to have an impact. I actually really respect what Councillor Nguyen said. However, the point I'll make about the federal election, because he was talking about that context, that's mandatory voting. Mandatory voting with multiple options. Pre-poll, which was 2 weeks this time rather than 3. Postal voting, provisional, absentee, and in person. So that is completely different to the suggestion of here of operating on a single day and really constraining that. I am worried that should the turnout be anywhere between 5 and 15%, and I don't want to be speculative, but that is the indication based on all of the qualitative and quantitative data that we have, 10 to 15%, there will be complaints of people saying that that person is not legitimately elected. There will be complaints about that, I'm sure of it. The other thing that I wanted to talk about was the costs, and the 80K figure that was mentioned is not inclusive of a number of other costs. The one that I would like to know is, does it include the city writing to every elector and actually telling them that the system has changed for this specific vote and alerting to them, to the actual, or the Electoral Commission, the Electoral Commission or the city writing to say there's been a change in the election system for this specific election, where their polling place will be, or does that fall back on the candidates to actually circulate it through their own election material? And if so, that's the candidates doing it. They're authorising that pamphlet. That's not coming from the Electoral Commission or from the city. So I'm worried about the additional costs that go on top of the 80K, in particular, whether or not either the City of Wanneroo or the Electoral Commission would actually be writing to the electors to explain that we are having an ad hoc change to the voting system and what it would look like. Because I think there's genuine concerns about turnout and how it will impact upon future elections, not just this one. I appreciate the cost. So if there's any way that either the CEO or through Mrs Jennings could just clarify if that 80K is inclusive of a letter, either through the WAC or the city, to go out to every household to explain, number one, we're changing, number two, why we're changing, and number three, if we are going back to the postal system 12 months later. That needs to be answered before I vote on this.
Yeah, thank you. Mrs Jennings?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. That's actually one of the items in the list of things not actually estimated, which is the non-statutory advertising. So whilst I've called it advertising, it can take many forms, but it's about actually informing people about the actual election.
Second part of that question might have to be actually on notice, but is there any way the director could estimate the cost of sending a letter via post to every single household? I don't think she can probably answer it on the spot, but if she wants to give it a logical estimate, I imagine it's going to be severe.
Yeah, Mrs Jennings, I'm assuming that's going to be taking that on notice and providing that information to councillors?
Yes, I will take it on notice. We can probably compare it with some of our magazine mail-outs, perhaps.
Yes. Total number of rateable properties multiplied by $1.30. Councillor Ray, wait a sec. Now, that's against you. Questions, or are you for question, Councillor Aitken?
I just, what I wanted to ask is, if we got it sorted in time, could the letter change of voting go out with the rates, and that would save money? Just thought it might be possible.
Right. Okay, those for the...
I'm serious sending it with the rates, but I'm a bit overtired.
Those for the amendment, councillors? Those against?
I thought I'd get closer debate.
I haven't closed debate yet, councillor. We're still going for and against. And Councillor Nguyen, you've already spoken.
Question.
Councillor Nguyen?
Ms Jennings just referred to the non-statutory advertising. Can you clarify whether it's going to be the same cost, whether it is an in-person voting and it's by letter? Because it seems to be included in both items.
Mrs Jennings?
Thank you, through the Deputy Mayor. Obviously, I haven't estimated it. It's in the list of things not estimated, but it will be different depending on which one it is about, because the change in methodology and the change in the direct mailing that the WAC undertakes means more clarification required. So it will be different, but we haven't estimated it yet. So that's what the report says.
Thank you, Mrs Jennings. Mr CEO?
I think one of the key differences are with postal, the election package comes to the elector with all the candidates' profiles and the whole package. As I think Mrs Jennings is alluding to the fact, if we do it in person, we would have to determine what is the appropriate discretionary advertising to inform the electors of the district. When you do a postal vote, it's sort of the system provides all that in the package for the voter, and we would just provide we normally provide some supplementary advertising in terms of when nominations open and how to update the roll and get on the roll and things like that. So it's a different proposition.
So, councillors, if there are no further comments, I'll just finish off with a couple of my own. Cost is obviously an issue, but it is somewhat of both a linear and binary approach to the debate. It's simply on the basis of cost, with all other things simply looking after themselves. There have been a number of untested assumptions as to what benefits might accrue, and on the basis of recent experiences with the federal election as discussed by Councillor Rowe. That's a compulsory election process. This is certainly not compulsory. I think the point that Councillor Sangalli raised on a Saturday is not just it's for the broad community. It's sporting clubs and their own sporting events. It is their finals time. It's not. It will also be other people will have other things to do. But it's importantly there are a number of people who work on the weekends, councillors, and who also will be not afforded that opportunity. I don't support it. It's not likely to add value or benefit to the democratic system. We go to great lengths to try and get and maximise the activity in elections, to participate both as a candidate but also as part of the electoral process. And the statistics are enormous in terms of in-person voting. And what it's historically has been, which is why there's been a policy change from the government to as far as local government is concerned, to very much head towards postal voting to improve the participation. And I believe that's in part of the local government reform package as well, to have that a standardised approach. But Councillor Wright, did you wish to close debate?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank everyone for their points raised. Following from your remarks about the reforms are not live right now. We are dealing with what the Local Government Act states. There was a point raised by one of the councillors. The Act actually defaults to in-person. It is up to the council to decide whether they would like to do postal, which is an addition, which is why we had to remove the in accordance with section 4.61. The low turnout, we are still paying for people who don't want to vote, and there's going to be a low turnout either way, whether you choose in-person or postal voting. We don't have the money, councillors. This is unbudgeted. We are forgetting that. This is unbudgeted. We haven't even allocated funds for an election. All right? Now, also, in terms of that, in terms of the date and the football and all that sort of stuff, change it to the week after. It's a simple, we can change the date now if you want. If you want to do it to the next Saturday, the week after, I'm happy to do that. This, councillors, is a cheaper way. Either in-person voting should be what we are doing and actually having costs at the forefront of what we are doing. I strongly commend that councillors support this. This is unbudgeted. We have no money for this, and it is a sensible choice for the ratepayers where we still have the same outcome of appointing a mayor, and people still have the right to exercise their democratic vote. And I understand the points raised by people in geographical challenging areas. It still allows for early voting and postal voting for people that may not be able to make it to a centre. It still provides assistance for people who may not understand how to fill out a ballot form. And as you saw through postal voting, there was a lot of informal votes that were cast. It provides an opportunity from someone from the Electoral Commission to sit down and walk someone through how to cast their vote. I understand there are challenges that this hasn't been done for a while, but I think it is a sensible one to test the market and see we actually might have a better outcome. You can't predict what the outcome is going to be, so you can't therefore use it and say, well, it's never been done, we don't know what the outcome is, because it might be better. It hasn't been tested. I note the additional cost that is provided with this, but it's still going to work out cheaper than postal voting. And this is at the forefront of electors, residents and ratepayers who are facing increasing costs across the board from federal, state and local governments. This is unbudgeted. Thank you.
Councillors, Councillor Wright has closed debate on the amendment. Councillors, if I can ask you to cast your votes on the amendment as moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Nguyen.
2. Getting closer. We're done. It's 13. We need 13.
Yep. I declare that lost 8-5. Voting against was Councillor Herridge, Councillor Huntley, Councillor Parker, myself, Councillor Rowe, Councillor Savitton, Councillor Miles, Councillor Sangali.
Deputy Mayor, would you mind reading that into the microphone, please, for our online viewers? Thank you.
I'm sure that's been picked up. Thank you very much. Councillors, we then go back to the substantive item as moved by Councillor Baker. And I think Councillor Baker, you've moved it. Councillor Miles, you've spoken to seconding it. The amendment was moved by Councillor Wright. That's been dealt with. Councillors, we are now looking for speakers for the motion. As amended.
Can I just move the motion be brought, or the put now,
Thank you.
rather than go through discussion?
We have, thank you very much. We have a procedural motion that the motion be put. And it's moved Councillor Aitken and it's seconded Councillor Sangali. It's as a procedural motion. No, we have to go through that. Thank you, councillors. If you could cast your vote, please. Glenys, that's actually for the substantive item as amended. Yes. Yes, correct. Yep, so it's just the procedural motion. That's carried unanimously. So, councillors, I'll put the motion as amended, councillors, and we'll just wait for that to come up. Councillors, if you could cast your votes, please. So, councillors, I declare that carried 11-2. Those against, Councillor Nguyen and Councillor Wright. Thank you, councillors. I declare that item carried as amended. Councillors, we then move on to the Chief Executive Officer's office. Councillors, we have 3 items there. CEO 1, CEO 2 and CEO 3. I'm suggesting that we move those en bloc. Are there any that need to be called out, councillors? You happy to move? Move Councillor Miles, second to Councillor Savitton. Are there any items, councillors, that we wish to speak to? Councillors? Yep, there's none. So, councillors, I'll actually put those items. Vedif will have those 3 items on block, CEO 1, CEO 2 and CEO 3. Cast your votes, please, councillors. And I declare that carried. Councillor Aitken's not in the room currently. I declare that carried. Councillors, we then move on to Item 9, motions on notice. Our first motion on notice is MN010622, Councillor Baker, caretaker election period policy. Councillor Baker, you have a seconder.
Yes, I understand that Councillor Coetzee is seconding my motion.
Councillor Coetzee seconding. Thank you. Councillor Baker.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. By way of background, so to speak, it was towards the end of last year, around October, I think it was, that I was reading about other local government authorities in Western Australia and interstate which have a caretaker policy that applies to, for example, sitting councillors who are seeking re-election, either as a councillor or as a mayor. It also applies to sitting councillors who are also sitting as a councillor but seeking to be elected as a state or federal member of parliament. It struck me that we did not have such a policy. We have a couple of lines in our code of conduct which refers to elected member not being permitted to misuse council resources for election purposes. So I put up a notice to Mustafa to ask him to assist me in drafting a notice of motion and a report for the purposes of referring this subject matter off to either a forum or to a briefing session. It was about 2 or 3 months later that the Minister, Mr Carey, made announcements about the proposed new Local Government Act and the features of that Act. And one such feature was the fact that once passed, local governments would have to devise what's called a caretaker policy, which covers the scenarios that I dealt with a few minutes ago. Mustafa contacted me and said, look, Chris, the Minister said that this is what's going to be included in the new Act. Do you want to run with it? And I said, well, look, it's going to happen anyway. I'll just withdraw it. So I withdrew it. And I think it was about, 2 to 3 weeks ago, Michael contacted me and asked what was my intention regarding the motion. He explained that the city was looking at a discussion item for a forum concerning the same sort of policy. And I said, well, look, if that's the case, yeah, I'll resurrect it. Sure, I'll resurrect it. So in a nutshell, what the motion seeks to do is to refer this subject, the possibility of such a policy being devised by the city, to refer that issue to a forum for that issue to be discussed and thrashed out, so to speak, on a forum. That's the gist of what the motion's about, just to get it on the agenda to consider. So they're my comments. That's the full history of this matter. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Councillor Coetzee.
I've got nothing to add, Councillor Baker. I've covered everything.
Thank you, Councillor Coetzee. Councillor, speakers for? Speakers against? Councillor Nguyen?
Just in relation to the policy, does the policy intend to cover only where there's a vacancy of a mayor?
It will deal with vacancies in respect of all or both categories of elected members. Number one, the mayoral category, and number two, the councillor category. Bearing in mind that the deputy mayor's category is actually a category by virtue of him being a councillor, of course. So that's and also will apply to elected members seeking to be elected to the state parliament or any state parliament, I suppose, for that matter, or territory parliament or federal parliament.
And what's the period that's considered as part of the caretaker leading up to the election?
Well, that is an issue for the forum to discuss. It can be that the start period for the application of the policy will be when to use the federal example, when the writs are issued by the Governor-General calling a federal election, if a councillor wants to run for federal parliament. So it's the same period that's used for those purposes. The federal government, state governments and territory governments have either policies or what's called protocols or conventions which apply. And the conventions, as I understand it, are very long-standing. They have, in effect, the status of a policy because both parties accept them as being conventions. Just like with, for example, if a Labor member of Parliament can't attend federal Parliament today because he's sick, then the Libs will tell one of their people to stay out of the chamber and not vote. That's a convention. It's a gentleman's agreement because you never breach that agreement because if you breach it, it cuts both ways in the future when you need assistance for having a sick member. So that's a matter to be discussed at the forum, subject to be discussed. Yeah. But you'd think it would start when the election date had been set.
And does the city know of any other council that may have a similar policy?
Mr CEO.
Yes, through you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Yes, there are numerous councils that have different versions of a base policy.
And the other aspect too is that it's coming anyway, basically.
So, councillors, speakers for? Councillor Nguyen.
Look, I think I am in support of this policy. It seems it's a responsible way of making sure that important and major decisions are not made during the caretaker period. This certainly seems to be the responsible way that even the state and federal governments have in place. So we should have something similar for our own council to have. And the purpose of the policy is sound, that is to avoid council making major decisions. It's relevant to the use of local government resources, deciding big projects that may not be relevant to the new elected members who may be elected for different reasons as well. So I think it's quite a good policy for us to consider. So I certainly am in support of this. Thank you.
Councillor, speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor. Look, just a quick note. I think it is good from a governance point of view. It does allow councillors and the mayor of the day to be mindful of those election cycles, to not walk in notices of motion that may be more on the concern of electioneering. It's very clear in the Act you're not supposed to do electioneering, but there's always ways around it. So I think for us to set up a policy that would, put it in our code, I think it's a good idea, and I'd be very interested to see how we can work it through the forum process to make it work for all.
Speakers against? Speakers for? Just a brief comment from me. Look, generally supportive, absolutely. It is a common sense approach. But I will just highlight one issue because with respect to this, we have those staggered terms. So we will only have half a council who wouldn't be subject to those conventions potentially. And in circumstances in that period where if we have something requiring an absolute majority decision, that may be of some concern. But I'm sure organising a policy and having that discussion is, and we can nut out those very issues. Councillor Baker, your right of reply.
Look, I don't wish to speak any further. I know that it's getting quite late, but yes, thanks everyone for their contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Baker has closed debate. Councillors, if I could please ask you to cast your votes. I declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move on to item MN020622, Councillor Coetzee. Do you have a seconder for this item? Councillor Baker, yes. Councillor Coetzee.
Thank you. Wanneroo Road. It's a state road and it's main roads WA's responsibility. From Pipadini Road to Yanshep Beach Road. I think it's the prettiest part of Wanneroo Road with those trees forming a canopy over the road. It's beautiful. But I also think it's one of the most dangerous parts of Wanneroo as well. Those large, beautiful trees so close to the road. No street lighting. It's very dark at night time when you go home. I go there at least twice, 3 times a week at night times through there. Not just me. Speed limit, 90. An upgrade of most of Wanneroo Road is currently happening to dual carriageway standards. The section between Taronga Place and Yanshep Beach Road will stay a single carriageway with a widening alignment. I've received many concerns from residents up using that road. The speed limit is 90, and often 90 is too slow or too fast for some drivers. A traffic count was carried out in 2020 and 2021 and showed an average of 10,910 vehicles per day using that section. The Main Roads WA figure shows that in 5 years there were 16 reported crashes on this section, where 7 were killed or suffered a severe injury. The Main Road WA planning model indicates that this section would be carrying 28,900 vehicles per day by 2031. And I know that there are many more crashes before this time. I'm asking for administration to write to Main Roads WA to conduct an investigation, including undertaking a traffic safety assessment of traffic safety concerns in this section and implement suitable measures as soon as possible. I'm asking my fellow councillors to support me in this. Please, we do not want any more crashes here.
Thank you, Councillor Kurtz. Councillor Baker.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I'll be very brief. I support the recommendation. Obviously, I've seconded it. There are many reasons why motor vehicles are involved in motor vehicle accidents involving pedestrians, other vehicles, etc., and single vehicle accidents. Of the deaths that Councillor Coatsy referred to, my understanding is that half of those deaths I should say, occurred at night and half during the day, and I think that's relevant. The other aspect of the matter is, of course, it is a beautiful section of Wanneroo Road. It's fantastic. I shouldn't keep talking about Margaret River, but it always reminds me of Margaret River when I drive down it. I always feel good when I drive down it. I don't know what it is. It's a canopy, I think. It is a bit hairy driving home from council meetings at night, particularly when you've got 2 cataracts that you're trying to fob off having removed. But anyhow, that's my problem. But the other aspect of the matter is that I think there is a need for additional reflective safety alert infrastructure on the bendy stretch, which is I think that is the stretch which has a greater history in terms of the incidence of traffic accidents involving fatals. There's a lot of technology on the market nowadays. There's a lot of new products, etc., which could really enhance the night visibility of that stretch, the windy stretch, I call it, the S-bend stretch. I know many people have four-wheel drives which have spotties, of course, which can light up the 300 metres in front of them. They can see exactly what's going on. But for the average mum and dad late at nights or youngster coming home from a friend's barbecue, it may be a bit of a challenge for them negotiating that bend. So all the recommendation is that the admin write to Main Roads and requesting the study that Councillor Coatsy has referred to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Councillor Speakers for. Councillor Sangella.
I will speak for it because obviously a safety review is all that we are actually ultimately asking for. I do have a bit of concern that we acknowledge speed as being a problem and we talk about it being 90 kilometres, but then when we talk about where the crashes are, we're talking about a section that's actually 70 kilometres. So the section where it starts to go into the bends and the trees are there from Yanship Beach Road heading south is 70 kilometres. It's not a 90 kilometre junction on Yanship Beach Road there. In front of there is 70. It does coming further south, but in that section where you're talking about, where you've been talking about...
Heading north and turning left into Inchby Trade 70, starts about
regardless, anyway, there is already a 70 kilometre zone there. So, you know, I think I need to make it clear. I do support a safety review, absolutely. But I also need to make it clear to the people who are listening and who haven't been consulted yet that we're not asking for speeds to change or for trees to be chopped down or anything like that, because this is not our road to do that to. And all we're simply asking for is a review of the safety. So, you know, we can make all the recommendations we like, but I just want to be very clear, because I know this will be something that the community themselves will be extremely passionate about. And I don't think there's one person here who doesn't support safety on the roads, don't get me wrong. But I think there's a lot of people attached to parts of that road, particularly like you said, about what it reminds you of and things like that. So I just want to make it clear that as a council, what we're asking for is a safety review, not to go and change speed limits or cut down trees. That's not our decision to make.
Thank you, Councillor Coetzee. Speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Civic.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Look, I'm happy to support this. Once again, we go back into history and calculate the number of accidents that have been occurring on Wanneroo Road itself, not just that area where there have been many. In fact, one of our previous mayors had a serious accident very close to Yanchee Beach Road. It is a notorious part. It is single carriageway. We indeed should need to write to Main Roads again. They are aware of the problem. That area there, I'm sure, is only single carriageway, and it probably is time that it needs to be dualled and made more safety. I think it's single carriageway, and it does need to be dualled now to make sure that we can improve the safety issues there and straighten up some of those bends, because it is a beautiful drive through there. But I'm sure Main Roads are aware of it, and they used to have signposts up there actually saying how many accidents had happened in 1 year. It's no longer there, so I'm happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Vitt. Speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Huntley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think, as Natalie has already inferred, and also Councillor Chris Baker, that it is not about chopping the trees down and making dual carriageways. That area would be almost impossible to dual carriageway unless we were going to throw out some wildlife and also chop down a lot of the vegetation, including the trees. That would be very inappropriate. At the end of the day, that road is a beautiful road, and people should treat it like that. And all our drivers should have some idea how to drive on a single lane carriageway with a few bends, because that's basically what it is. It's a beautiful piece of road. It's nice and smooth. It does have an S-bend. It's a bit of a challenge. Quite frankly, you're warned as you go into it. There is a reduction in the speed, but there is a failure to highlight that whole area, especially at night, with things such as cat's eyes. We don't seem to have cat's eyes to the left. We only have the double cat's eyes in the centre. We could have them on the left. We could have markers on the trees as well, just to highlight the edges of the trees and just give you that bit more of an illumination. That would be ideal, especially as I really don't think they're going to put street lamps up there, but certainly if they do use illuminating signs, it will be absolutely ideal. They could actually put some metal barriers along the side if they wanted to. It's a bit ugly, but that would certainly stop people toing and froing into the trees. But I don't think there are many cars hitting trees up there. I think it's more or less they seem to be hitting each other oncoming. So maybe something in the centre of the road, perhaps. Even in the UK, they widen it with just paint. I wonder whether they could do that. So I think it's pertinent that when we go and we write about this, that we're actually asking them just to improve the visual aspect of the road rather than to cut it all up and turn it into a dual carriageway and straighten out all the roads. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Huntley. Speakers against? Speakers for? And I'll just add one final comment in support of Councillor Coetzee's motion on notice, and Councillor Civic referred to it, and it certainly was the former mayor was through the day, and the other driver died in that accident. It was a fatality, and it was actually the other driver who had a heart attack. So it was one of those. It was a true accident, and it was amazing that the mayor of the day actually survived. But Councillor Coetzee, if you'd like to close debate.
Thank you, and I'm happy that everybody looks like they're in support of this. Just one thing, you go through from going south to north, you're going all the way 90. When you go through the trees, it's about, I would say about 70 metres before the half-turn to Yanchee Beach Road. From there it starts to go 70 until the end of where you enter into the national park. It's only that section. And yes, I do not want to chop the trees down. I love those trees. About the speed limit, when I mentioned to my husband I'm going to do this, he almost had a heart attack because he does not want to go slower. So I just want a thorough study to be done and see if we can make it safer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coetzee. With that, Councillor Coetzee's closed debate. Councillors, I would ask you to please cast your votes. Declare that carried unanimously. Well done, Councillor Coetzee. MNO 30622, Councillor Baker. You have a seconder.
Yes,
Councillor
Councillor
Baker.
Coetzee, please.
It's a tag team tonight, Councillor Baker.
Siamese twins. Siamese twins. Okay, so, right, yes, this motion and report speaks for itself. This particular subject matter is somewhat related to, if you like, the issue we dealt with a couple of weeks ago regarding the approval of the Woolwich Shopping Centre at Two Rocks in the town centre opposite the King Neptune statue. What this notice of motion seeks to do is to review the local LDP for the precincts as referred to in the recommendation, but also looking at the bigger picture to look at ASP, a review of ASP 70. I understand that the review of ASP 70, if the city did in-house, would cost around $300,000, but it's hoped that the major landowners in the vicinity of, who have owned the land within the ASP 70 boundaries will contribute. And of course, there is a map in the agenda, a plan which refers to the names of those major landowners and the various lots that they own. Of course, you'll see that the biggest landowner is the Finney Group. And of course, the Finney Group was the proponent for the new Woolworths at Two Rocks. That's the intention. This LDP 70, putting aside ASP 70, that's for another day, subject to funding. But with LDP 70, it has quite a history if you read through the report, particularly if you look at the first page of the report in paragraph number 4. It had quite a checkered history. ASP 70 was previously considered by the council at its 28 July 2009 meeting and again on 19 October 2010, in other words, a year later. And then that ASP 70 was endorsed by the city. It was sent to WAPC for consideration, and the WAPC adopted it and it granted approval on 13 August 2014. So it was a hell of a long time between drinks. So as that paragraph indicates, on a literal interpretation, this LDP has not been reviewed, at least by the city, since 28 July 2009, which is a hell of a long time. And of course, there's been a lot of water under the bridge in Two Rocks and in the whole coastal strip, of course. I don't need to tell you what's happened to the coastal strip in terms of development and infrastructure since July 2009. And of course, Two Rocks now is being viewed upon by many developers as being an attractive option because there'll be a new town centre, of course, located approximately 300 metres to the east of the Atlantis Baptist College. That town centre will be the town centre for a population base of approximately 24,000 homes in 20 to 25 years' time. I think Mr Dixon can confirm this. And of course, this coastal little area here, the old town centre, is looking quite attractive. There's a marina there, there's a beach. The marina is in the process of being enhanced by the Department of Transport. The place is moving ahead, and it's absolutely timely for a review, so as to ensure that that the LDP reflects sound planning principles, and that the reviewed LDP reflects community expectations in terms of what is appropriate development in this area. If you look at the plan in the report, it's interesting to note that in Precinct E, which is the southernmost precinct within the group of precincts, the actual arc coding for Precinct E, and this is basically a beachfront parcel of land, is R20-R160. R160. And in a nutshell, R160, to my reading or interpretation, always means high-rise apartments, high-rise strata title, or even high-rise hotel. I'm not sure if the city does, in fact, have a a fixed policy on the maximum height for strata title units anywhere within its boundaries. Is there, if I could just perhaps ask that question of Mr Dixon, is there a policy in that regard?
Mr Dixon?
Through you, Chair, no, there is no restriction in terms of height.
Yeah, so in a nutshell, it's timely to review this, the LDP 70. ASP 70 can be reviewed, subject to funding becoming available in the budget, or subject to developers doing the right thing and stumping up the $300,000 that's needed to review of ASP 70. The parcels of land referred to in the map or the plan in Two Rocks, they are basically worth a lot of money, and they will be down the track. And in 20 years' time, we want to make sure that when we visit the area, we will say quite comfortably to ourselves, yes, we made the right decision in terms of the review of LDP 70 and ASP 70. So that's all I'd like to say at this point in time, but I'd like to thank Mr Dixon and his team for preparing a very thorough report, which delved into a lot of history, of course, regarding the ASPs and the LDPs in the whole Two Rocks Town Centre compendious precinct. Thank you.
Councillor Coetzee.
Thank you. I think Councillor Baker have covered everything. The only thing I can say is I've never seen a group of people, a community like Two Rocks. That people is so passionate about that area. I absolutely have never seen that before. So I absolutely love it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Parker. Actually, a question, Councillor Parker, or yes, question? Councillor Parker, yes? Just Councillor Parker, if you could just, yep, thank you.
Sorry. Hang on, there you go. I don't know if this is the right time to do this. As we did with the other amendment, we split it. Would it be possible to split? Because absolutely I support 1 and 2.
I think what you're saying is 1 and 2 as one vote, and then
Yes.
3 as a separate.
Yes, correct.
Yep, just to make it clear regarding 3, 3 reads merely requests, that in the event that the major landowners do not agree to fund a review of ASP 70, they haven't been approached yet, then the inclusion of $300,000 be listed for consideration in the 23-24 financial year operating budget for the review. So that's just a request to have a request to think about it, to have a request. You're not locked into that. We want the developers, the developers to pay. One such developer is a very profitable, successful property developer, very, very, very successful, and a good West Australian business as well. So that's all that 3 says. We're not saying this is locked into the budget. Unless the developers don't stump up, it's locked into a budget. It'll just be a consideration.
Yeah, I think the question was, can we split them?
Well, you can.
Actually, yeah, we certainly can, Councillor, yes. I understand you're providing clarity. Councillor Parker, does that answer your concerns, or?
So we can split it?
Of course we can, Councillor Parker, if you're requesting that.
But sorry, just a clarification. So all I'm saying is, I don't believe it's necessary because you're not locked into it anything anyway. That's a matter for you. That the words are deliberately rubbery, so to speak, because we don't know what the developer will say.
Yeah, Councillor, there is a request. Any councillor may request if we can split various parts of recommendations, and I'm quite happy to accommodate Councillor Parker. Now, speakers for the amendment. Councillor Huntley.
I actually have a question.
Question, Councillor Huntley.
It does state here that this LDP is actually up for reconsideration anyway in 2025. Is that right? So this actually is only current for another 3 years, and then it would be reviewed anyway?
Mr Dixon.
Through you, Chair, the recent changes to the regulations indicate that 10 years is a lifespan for a structure plan, and for all those structure plans that are prepared before 10 years, then the cut-off period is October 2025. So we have not just this structure plan, but 55 other structure plans within the city that have a lifespan that will expire in October 2025, and you'll appreciate We have been going through a process of reviewing some of those over the last 2 years to reduce the number from about 80 to 55. So yes, in answer to your question, yes, the structure plan will expire in October 2025.
Just a supplementary question.
Certainly.
What's the possibilities of this, of development occurring in the next 3 years, building-wise, that could affect this, or should we be just letting this run out?
Yep, Mr Dixon.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Look, I think there is a distinct possibility that there may be further development in the next 3 years within this structure plan area.
So, speakers for, Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm in support of the notice of motion by Councillor Baker and seconded by Councillor Coetzee. It's their ward, and obviously they're asking Council to support the recommendation that administration obviously start talking to the proponents, the landowners. It is now somewhat fragmented. The landowners are not the same as listed in the report. There's different landowners. The land is already significantly changed to meet the current ASP 70 works. I know this because the yacht club, for which I'm a Commodore at Two Rocks Marina, is very much in the sand that gets blown into our yard all the time from the works that's going on. They're also progressing some of the new roads that are going through there and making the whole area obviously, I guess, more attractive to some extent for the high density housing that's been listed. I do support the fact that it's good that the proponent's going to have to do a new, structure plan by 2025 or just around that. Therefore, decisions that were made back in 2014, design parameters, what the community was seeking, what business opportunities were available were totally different back then to what they are today. And I can tell you back in 2014, the community was asking for any sort of development because they were fed up with the old and decrepit sort of facilities that they had. Now, over the last 3 years or so, a lot of that's been changing. The marina itself is changing significantly. There's been some investment going down there. You've got, obviously, the stuff that went through JDAP only a few months ago for a new centre. We know that the current shopping centre, being 40 years old, is at the end of its design life. It's actually leaking water all over the place. It has electrical problems all over the place, and the owners of the property are needing to do something with that. So I think you're going to see some significant changes when all of this starts to happen. But do I think that the community needs to have an updated discussion and submission process? Yes, I do, because I think the 10 years pretty much covers off on that. So I'm in support of this, councillors. I think, I support all three recommendations. As it says, it's only a request asking council to put some money into the 23-24 budget, not the current budget that we're working on now, the 23-24 budget, which is another 12 months away, if the landowners don't agree to do their own structure plan. So I'm very comfortable with the wording. I think the precincts do need to be looked at slightly differently, and that would also incorporate some of the other stuff that's going in there that was never thought of back in 2014, which is the new Rafa base, which is a retirement village that's going in there. So there's going to be more people living there. So there's going to be need to have more serviceable retail outlets as opposed to, a small bakery, a coffee shop, IGA and a post office, which is pretty much all that's there now, and an Indian restaurant and a tavern. So I think the community do need to have a say. I would say that the owner of the current shopping centre will probably invite that discussion, because they're going to have to do some major works. Without a doubt, the current buildings are no longer viable. They do not comply with anything to do with disability standards of today. There are steps all over the place, and you know, areas that you can walk into because of the style of the building. So I do support it, councillors, and I hope you support it too.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Those speakers against? Speakers for? Councillor Parker? Oh, sorry. Sorry, Councillor Parker. Councillor Civic.
Yes, thank you. Look, on the overall, I don't have a problem with it, but I do have a problem with the comments which say if the landowners do not agree to fund the review, and if I was a landowner, why would I want to spend money on a review if the council are going to do it anyway? So that $300,000, we argued in a previous item that we can't afford that for an election. And yet, if it were made possible through a budgetary process, we would find $300,000 to put into a study for this. I don't agree that should happen. There is a structure plan there. Yes, it may have a lifetime of 10 years, etc., etc. I was a JDAP member on the thing, and I did not actually vote to support the Woolworths at the time. I asked for a deferral, and it didn't happen. But that's not the point. The point is we're asking for $300,000, and if I was a landowner in there and someone said to me, oh, you know, you can do this with your land as long as I'm complying to the town planning scheme through our planning department, and I haven't done anything wrong, and I can build whatever the structure plan says, then why should I do it? That's the only reason I won't be voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Civic. Councillor Parker.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. As I said to you, I'm very happy to support the recommendation. As far as number 1 and 2 are concerned. To even suggest that ratepayers pay for this review is, for me, unacceptable. So I was hoping to split it because I actually do want to support Councillor Baker's motion on notice, but cannot because of number 3. So simply wanted everybody else's opinion by splitting the vote, but that is my opinion. But I am supportive of your motion on notice, Councillor Baker, but not the number 3. I do not think that ratepayers should have to foot this bill, and I don't even want the developers to consider that we are actually considering paying it for it if they don't want to do it.
Okay, through the chair, would you like to move a motion to that effect, that the paragraphs 1 and 2 be voted on as on block, so to speak, and then 3 will be a second vote? Mr. Chair.
With respect, that will come up, and I think we've already agreed, and we were going to accommodate that with Councillor Parker anyway. So, speakers against?
A motion to amend that to remove the $300,000 from this particular item. Sorry, Deputy Mayor. If I could move an amendment to have the $300,000 with the willingness of Councillor Baker, I'd be happy to support that, as Councillor Parker has also indicated.
Well, can I respond to that request, Frank? Or through you, Mr. Chair, of course, at all times.
Councillor Baker, I suppose that's a request to yourself. I must admit, Councillor Baker, it does, from a signalling perspective, it does say to the developers that we're a bit soft.
The developer says, I'm not stumping up that money, although I know that I'll derive $38 million in net profit or capital gain when I develop that 6-storey, 48-unit, 3-penthouse, 10 subhouse block. But anyhow, and the city says, well, no. I mean, what happens, and perhaps Mark could assist, if the developer says no and we say no, then what happens? Please.
Mr. CEO, do you have any recommendations on alternative options for the funding?
Just for you, Deputy Mayor, and to Councillor Baker, I guess just in regards to number 3, there are several ways you can get things listed on the budget for the 23-24 year. So there are other ways perhaps of achieving number 3 without the wording of number 3. if you want to try to make it clear to the landowner that the expectation is they pay it, there are other options throughout the year to see things listed on the budget if it's not progressing the way you intended it to progress.
If I could just consult with my author, please. Yes, I think the best amendment that I can make is to amend the 3 paragraphs by deleting paragraph 3. So that's what I'm proposing.
So, yeah, Councillor Baker, just for confirmation, you're going with recommendation 1?
Yep, and 2.
Recommendation 2 and deleting
with 3.
recommendation 3.
I'm not proceeding at this stage with recommendation 3. That's correct.
Thank
Is
you.
that all right, Frank?
Yep. Councillors, we're clear on that, councillors?
Okay.
Will you backtrack?
Yeah. Further question.
Councillor Civic.
I don't have a problem with it now, but if anything goes wrong between the developers and the input with the community, which is great, and something occurs, would the city be liable for any litigation? Because there is a structure plan. The structure plan defines what you can do and what you can't do. If they work with the city and for some reason there is some conjecture with the community, et cetera, that they don't want this or that, we're back in the same old position we were before. I'm just worried about possible litigation from landowners. I don't know.
I think Mr Dixon is happy to answer, but I would have thought our obligation is to enforce whatever's in place at the time.
Yes.
And I don't think we actually adopt the ASP. I think we would recommend it be adopted to WAPC. I don't think we're the owner of the document, but Mr Dixon.
In that case, I'm satisfied. Thank you.
And any review document would be prospective in its application, not retrospective.
Let's see if I could actually try and recover control, Mr Dixon.
Thank you, and through you, Deputy Chair. Deputy Mayor, sorry. There is a process to go through in preparing a structure plan, and then the role of council is to review that structure plan, which includes community consultation. The council receives the feedback from the local community before making a recommendation to the commission. The commission makes the final determination on the structure plan. If the current structure plan is in place, then it's a due regard document for consideration of development applications. It doesn't have the same weight as a scheme, but it's still a significant document.
Excellent, councillors. And if there is no further comments, councillors, I think Councillor Baker, you might wish to close debate.
I will. It's very interesting if you read the report, just dealing with the issue of what the community thought about what should be planned for within this precinct back in 2009. They raised exactly the same issues that the community raised in Two Rocks 2 months ago. Exactly the same issues. Unbelievable. And they're different people, of course. So there you have it. There's a consistency there. Anyhow, that's the only observation. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. With that, Councillor Baker has closed debate. Councillors, if I could ask you to please cast your votes. Actually, thank you, councillors, that's not a bad idea. Yvette, can we just please have the amended recommendation up on the screen, please?
That's it. Yeah, number 3 is still struck out.
Number 3 there is struck out. So, councillors, that's so number 1 and number 2 are as per your papers. Number 3 has been deleted. So, councillors, if I could ask you to please cast your votes. Thank you, councillors. That's carried unanimously. Councillors, we then move on to item 10, which is urgent business. There is nil. We move on to item 11, which is confidential. Councillors, we need a motion from the floor to move behind closed doors. Moved Councillor Rowe, seconded Councillor Civic. So, councillors, we will have a motion to go behind closed doors. Just wait for the... There we go. Councillors, if you could cast your vote, please.
Hang on, we're still on here. You just need to hold 5 minutes. Oh, sorry, you're going behind it.
Declare that carried. I declare that carried. The only one voting against is Councillor Nguyen. Thank you, councillors. I think Councillor Herridge, were you in support of opening the... Yes, thank you. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Right. Thank you, councillors. With respect to item CR 0106-22, the proposed acquisition of land from Lot 13 for Hoskins Road, Lansdale, for an intersection truncation. The recommendation is that Council approves the acquisition of a portion of Lot 13, brackets 4, Hoskins Road, Lansdale, identified in the administration report from JDR Holdings Pty Ltd, in brackets ACN 050157447, close brackets, and Pink Diamonds Family Proprietary Limited, open brackets ACN 626058884, close brackets, AFT Bodica number 1 Family Trust at the agreed land acquisition amount for dedication as road reserve. 2, authorises the Chief Executive or nominee of the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate terms, execute all documents and comply with all applicable legislation as is required to effect item 1 above, and B, the Chief Executive Officer to execute the contract of sale and any other associated documentation between the City and JDR Holdings Pty Ltd and Pink Diamonds Family Pty Ltd AFT Bodica number 1 Family Trust to effect item 1 above, and 3, approves by absolute majority the agreed expenditure for the amount of the agreed land acquisition amount plus costs and fees to acquire the land required as road reserve, as shown in the table in the administration report, to be funded from the Strategic Projects Initiatives Reserve. And that item was passed and agreed unanimously. Councillors, that then moves us on to item 12, date of the next meeting. This special council meeting is to be held Tuesday the 28th of June 2022 at 6 p.m. Item 13 is closure, and councillors, I declare the meeting closed at 10:45 p.m. Thank you, councillors.